Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick.
Happer.
Hi. What's up, guys?
Living the dream.
Oh, that's what people
Are you
say.
okay?
No,
That's
actually, okay.
That's
Yeah.
always what people say when they are not living the dream.
I'm fine. The chat is filled already.
The chat
No,
is a chatting.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
It was one of those days where the chat was sort of just chatting with themselves. It wasn't really
Fun.
about the show much.
Just
okay.
straight up yapping.
It was just some yaps.
Yeah.
I get some yaps in the chat.
Can we get some yaps in the chat? Can we get some
there-
anger in the chat?
Yeah, I don't think the press conference made it much better.
Really?
I very rarely take notes during the press conference. I just listen to it. But man, I wrote down one thing in particular, and it was something that you ended up talking about on your show and some of the things that he was saying. And
What was that, Josh?
the one in particular that I wrote down was,
Yes, we'll need to know this because it'll be one of the ones that we have to have Nick play.
I think a smarter coach would have settled the game down
Okay. thank
when
you.
it was 35-7.
How do you lose, Josh?
Yeah, that wasn't good.
It's an interesting topic considering Nebraska's opponent for this coming weekend.
Topic alert.
It may come up again.
Yeah. Also, the idea of we should have kicked a field goal,
Yeah, I know. To make it 20, it would have made it 28-10.
like it would have worked.
Like it would have worked.
Yeah.
And then he addressed it later and said, "No, we would have made that field
Yeah.
goal." It's like, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Have
I'm
you
not-
watched your kicker yet this year?
I'm
By
not
the way,
so
since we did that fun game,
Zero.
they have
Zero.
made 0 field goals.
They've attempted 0 field goals.
Yeah, I don't think I'm
They
going to
haven't
hit
even
mine.
attempted one.
No, we did this before Purdue, didn't we?
The 30th. No, that was
No,
after
that
Purdue.
was after Purdue.
Wait, they didn't attempt any against Rutgers. They didn't.
No.
I guess they've only played 2 games since then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Nick's is hilarious.
Yeah.
Even mine is hilarious, and I had 3.
So
I
if
don't
they
think
play
mine's
to
hitting.
win again this week,
Oh, boy.
like they were definitely playing to win this past week, then it'll continue to be 0. They're going to have to make a field goal against Wisconsin or Iowa to beat them. Facts.
Yeah. Ugh.
I mean, will they?
Yes.
When you're down by 40? Is a
Oh,
field
they're
goal
not going
gonna-
to lose by 40 to Iowa, John. I don't think.
At this point, nothing is off the table.
That's right. That's actually a
Nothing
good
is
place.
off the table.
Let's go blank slate on this whole thing.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing? It's all gone. All of it.
All of the goodwill.
Wiped away.
All of the positivity.
This ain't no damn 7-6 loss.
No.
Well,
I mean, I
that's
get
what Rule said.
why as a coach you say it because you don't want it dwelling on the guys, but man,
No, I do.
that didn't feel like no 7-6 loss to me.
It does not make me feel any better that they tried.
Let me ask you guys this, because I was listening to your show, Happer, on the way in. And you know what? I think the further now that we get from this game, the worse that I think it is. And I actually think it's worse to think about than it was to watch. I have thought about this game way too much the last 2 days.
Yeah.
And I actually find myself getting more annoyed at the game than I was in the moment. And in the moment, I was like, this is terrible. But I actually think it's aging worse somehow.
It is.
2 days later.
It is.
And maybe it was you just continuing to say 49 is 50, 49 is 50, 49 is 50.
Well, just like 39 is 40.
And just how easy it looked. It was a hot knife and there was some butter and it over and over and
Nebraska
over and
was
over.
butter.
But there was nothing Nebraska was good at.
No.
They couldn't do anything right.
No.
They could do nothing right.
They did nothing right.
They
Everything
couldn't
was
stop
bad.
the run. They couldn't stop the pass. They couldn't run the ball again. They couldn't pass. They couldn't play special teams.
Yuck.
I think we go into these games being like, we want to know answers, right? We
Sure.
always look at games as like a barometer or a measuring stick,
Yeah.
whatever.
What
And
did we learn?
We know nothing. We they didn't execute anything. They didn't do anything right. I mean, it's like, would you say? I'll ask you this on a Monday to get the barometer.
Okay.
Will they lose by more or less points this weekend than they did last?
I do think less.
Me too.
I do think less.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out for the life of me how that spread is still sitting at 24.5.
It's begging you. It is begging you to
There's
take Ohio
something
State.
weird going on here.
Yeah.
There's something weird
College
going
football,
on here.
right? It's just weird. Is that
I
like what you're hoping
guess.
for? Is just weird? College football being weird?
I mean,
I'm going to take Ohio State.
and
when
I'm
we do
trying
picks.
I'm trying not to do the whole comparative. Well, if Indiana can beat them by 49, then
Right.
but it's Ohio State. They show no mercy on anybody. They're coming off a loss,
Yeah.
and they've had an extra week to marinate on it.
Yeah.
They're a little angry.
Yeah.
And
I know. How do they not win by 40?
And by the way, a lot of the things that Indiana does, Ohio State does with better players.
Yeah. Well, hell, they can just mash the ball down your throat.
Yeah, I mean
They can run on you over and over
So
and over.
something's weird about that line.
Yeah, they could run with the quarterback if they wanted to, but they don't want it. Remember I guess it was the 20 game, right? The first game of that season. They had Fields, right?
2020, yeah.
And he was like, I think he was 19 of 20.
Is that how he
for
was?
200 and some yards. At one point in the game, he was like 19 of 20. And I thought, he's not even running. He's not even doing the full picture of what he could be doing.
That is almost like a best case scenario for this game because while Nebraska did lose by 35, it was like as good of a 35-point loss.
52-17?
52-7. He finished 20 of 21, 276 yards. He also had 54 yards rushing. They also rushed for 215 yards overall.
Yeah.
Nebraska rushed for 210.
Yeah. Remember?
How about that?
Remember?
They will not rush for 210 on Saturday.
They're not going to run for 210 yards.
No.
They may not run for 210 yards the rest of the damn season.
Oh, nice, John.
That'd be 30. No, that would be what, 42 yards a game?
Friends, that ain't terribly far off what they've done in 3 of their last 4 games.
210 more rushing yards for the whole season.
I'm probably just being a little dramatic here,
Maybe.
but it's not that far off.
Tiny bit dramatic.
No, I mean, they have definitely sucked at running.
Here are the running totals of the last 4 games.
And the totals.
48, 161,
Nice.
97, and 70. The average of those is 94. But if you take out
What about sack adjusted, John?
John.
I mean, that's
Hater.
listen, it all damn counts.
Hater much.
It's still a negative
Oh, it
play.
definitely counts.
Yeah.
If you just if you take out Purdue, the average is 71. So
Which is still better than 40, whatever.
I know,
People forget.
but I mean the running game has crossed over from below average to bad.
Oh, yeah. I don't know that it was ever even.
I think I
Below
was
average?
I think I was
Yeah.
being nice when I was saying below average before. Now it's just plain bad.
Yeah.
I just don't get. This is one thing that we didn't talk about. It was a tweet of mine on Saturday. Why do Nebraska players get tackled with such ease?
I think you texted me.
Why does it take the wind to blow them over? This is now, I think, both of the last 2 games, a kicker or a punter has tackled them, and it looked like they didn't even make contact with them, and they just fell over. Jalen Lloyd has a touchdown on a fake punt in the Rutgers game, and he gets tackled by the one guy left on. I swear to God, he just stuck his hand in there, and he fell over. Quentin Ives is taking back a kick in this game, and the kicker is the last guy. He's got a touchdown. It's going to be a touchdown. The kicker's like, there you go, and he fell over.
Well, how about the
Nebraska's
play,
running backs just fall over.
the down fumble? He got like spun around.
Yes.
What is he doing?
Why do they just? Why does that happen?
I
Meanwhile,
don't know.
Mahomes is just running over a guy. He's trucking
he trucked
dudes.
a guy.
Yeah, but Nebraska's running backs get trucked.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
Why does that happen?
yeah.
That has to be
See,
a team with no confidence.
See again,
No
that's
confidence.
That's the reason why this game is looking worse and worse all the time. Because the more you think
Yes,
about it, the more
yes.
you
Yeah, the
realize.
more you
So
hate
then
it.
you ask,
Man,
okay.
they just didn't do a damn thing
Anything.
right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if it's the case, they have no confidence. Why do they have no confidence? Why do they have no confidence? They were 5-1 going into that game.
Yeah.
They were 27th in the polls.
I mean, is it
or whatever?
Why
why were they not? What happened?
is it just so obvious to say that this? I mean, the program is still just soft as hell.
Yes.
I mean,
I mean,
you don't want to say that, right? But everyone who says that, you're probably correct. They are
Clearly.
just soft.
Clearly.
They are a soft program.
Well, I mean, Rule even said, he's still fighting the here we go again
That is
stuff.
just
19.
It's crazy, but then it makes sense from the standpoint, and I've used this many times, that special teams is a barometer for the culture in your program.
Yeah.
This special teams is garbage.
bad.
There is still something not right with the culture, and part of that is when the crap hits the fan, it's like, because remember, when Illinois pressed the issue and got even, the first drive, 2 fumbles by Dylan.
That's right.
And it was in that moment where I was like, they're not going to win this game.
Yeah.
They're not going to win this game. And it was somebody completely different who has not been inside this program. He's only been in the state for 9 months.
Yep.
And there is something permeating. I mean, you used the analogy, or maybe one of your listeners, I can't remember who said it, but bring in the psychoanalyst from The Natural.
Yeah.
Losing is a disease as contagious as polio or the bubonic plague.
Seriously.
Syphilis also. He
And
said.
syphilis. He
heard
used syphilis.
I saw this and heard about this.
And then go out and
I've never
find
had it,
yourself
though.
a damn Roy Hobbs.
Syphilis is pretty easily preventable.
Is it?
Yeah.
But it's a disease. So is losing, Nick. Losing also preventable.
Yeah.
But a disease.
Yeah. Half the
nonetheless.
teams won on Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't think about that, did you?
No, you got me.
Indeed.
They didn't have syphilis.
Yep,
Indeed it was.
exactly. Yep.
Congrats on not having syphilis, other teams.
Mhm.
Josh says, how many games does Rule have to coach before we start asking him to take responsibility? Is anyone out there not asking him to take
Well,
responsibility?
I mean, yeah.
I feel like everyone's asking him to take
He's
responsibility.
at the stage right now
I
where
mean,
it's like he can't say anything.
I mean, he apologized.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he did
Josh said
take
something-
he did take responsibility.
They were talking about it earlier today, and he was just like, I think you said, yeah, there's nothing now they can do until next year. And Josh was
Somebody-
like, really, next year?
Yeah.
That's the answer.
I never thought we would get the apology card pulled this early. Never thought it.
It's tough play.
It
not
is.
not a card you'd like to throw out
No,
there.
it's not. And again, I understand. I understand you're going, especially right after a game, you're still trying to funnel through all the emotions and try to figure out, okay, what am I going to say that's going to limit the damage? And sometimes those words come out. And quite frankly, we've been hearing it from a lot of people for a long time.
Yeah. Just nothing.
And it's not going to help anything.
Nothing he was going to say was going to
No,
make you feel
he
better
wasn't.
today.
No, it wasn't. Because
And-
that's the
and
problem. That's
actually-
the problem when you get thumped 56-7 and didn't see it coming.
Well, yeah. I mean, he could have said a couple things. He could have fed the people their steaks.
Oh, in terms of we fired the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely
He
would
could have fired some people.
That would have helped.
He wasn't going to do
I
that.
mean, you
But-
know,
but
I-
his thing is, I made the analogy to The Hangover. His thing is, you're going to just stay in that room and fight the tiger.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of throwing him the steak that makes him go to sleep, they're going to fight the tiger. It's not a great idea.
How much longer do you think they're going to fight the Tiger?
A long time.
You think so? It's not just 5 games?
Well, probably the rest of the season.
Okay, because I said a few weeks ago that
I think they'll have to make changes.
yeah, the first thing that he was going to have to do to continue having people's trust, if because now I think he's actually lost it. I think now he is starting back at square one, and for some people it's just going to be, I actually don't trust you at all, and I won't trust you until you give me a reason to. But I said they're going to have to move on from Foley. I think that it's moved past that now, and I think it's going to be. I think people are going to demand more than that, and if he doesn't, it's his decision, right? But we know what happens around here when you start losing trust, and just how difficult it makes it, and everything is going to get dissected.
Not many people have ever lost trust and got it back.
No, exactly.
It's a great point.
Yeah. So the question that I would ask then is like, okay, so who are going to be the names that people are going to demand, and then it'll be interesting. Whether you get them or not, it's just setting up for a year 3 where there's going to be all these first year coaches on the staff, and not to mention the roster is going to have to improve, and it's wild how one game can just change. My confidence is shaken. I'd be lying if I didn't come in here and say that I am questioning a lot of the things that I believed in, even though I thought Indiana was going to win.
So
But
what if it was?
I did too.
What if it was like? What if they weren't playing Ohio State this week?
Man, wouldn't they love to trade this for UCLA? Like,
Or-
please, God.
what
we
if-
have
what if
UCLA?
I don't
they
know
got-
if you want to.
But I agree with that. But
Wow.
what if I'm giving you this? What if they played somebody that they could beat and they like no mercy took them back outside the woodshed and just drilled them 55-7?
That would be
or something like that.
That'd be totally out of left field.
But here's the problem. I can't see that right now.
no, I don't see it either.
I can't see that right now. And again, I'm trying not to be too prisoner of the moment about what happened on Saturday. I'm thinking back to Rutgers. And now look at what has happened to Rutgers since then.
Poopy.
I'm looking back to how the game finished against Illinois. And remember, they had a off week. They had an off week to prepare for Indiana. They had an off week. I know they had one too, but they had an off week. So they had a chance to work on some things about themselves. There's not a game on this schedule where I see the possibility of them doing it, because they don't do enough things well
No.
to do that.
They couldn't.
You have to play a team that just gets in its own way more than you get in your own way. And I don't see
UTEP's not
that.
coming back on the schedule this
UTEP
year.
ain't coming back through that tunnel.
So remember when, I hate to make comparisons to this season because this is a cursed season, but 2021, they beat the living hell out of Northwestern. Was it 50? I think it was
56-7. They dominated them.
Yes.
People felt a lot better after that.
That was because that followed the Michigan or Michigan State loss.
I think it was the Michigan State.
Okay, so and then they were 3-3. They were 500.
Yeah, people felt a whole lot better after that. And then they played Michigan after that.
And then they played Michigan and and then everything went to hell. They lost every game after that by a score, except for Ohio State. Yeah.
But people felt a lot better after that Northwestern game.
They did. They definitely did.
I mean,
they definitely did.
Made you think they might have a chance against Michigan.
See, it's funny.
And they played Michigan pretty close.
So
they fought Michigan like hell.
Yeah, they fought everyone like hell the rest of the year.
And remember, I mean, again, the difference, I hate to use this, but the difference was that year everything was close.
Yeah.
And so you could at least use the argument. You could at least use the debate that, hey, man, we're a play away here. We're a play away there. They were.
Yeah, but they got smoked by Illinois. Like, I mean.
You talking about that year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2021.
Yeah.
I mean, they fought back against Illinois. I mean, they didn't win, but that doesn't matter. The problem is they were 63 plays away against Indiana.
The game was over.
That's how many plays Indiana ran.
The game was over from the jump. It was done. It was totally done.
Pooped on.
Yeah.
They got pooped on.
A few comments.
Yeah, I bet.
Josh writes, year 3, a bunch of new coaches, no trust, feels so familiar. This program is rinse and repeat. Amazing Daniel, though. I kind of think Indiana is that good, and I'm just not freaking out like a lot of people seem to be. That's awesome. I wish that I was
Indiana's 56-7 better than Nebraska.
Yeah, they're definitely not that much better.
If they play that thing 10 times, is it 56-7?
Yeah, and what's wild is they were that day.
So once
sure they were. They were, and
but
they
like
were
nothing
good.
about the performance was surprising as it unfolded.
So if you think Indiana is that good, like what the hell is going to happen to them to Nebraska this weekend?
See,
Are they going to lose 100-0? Like, that's just not,
That's the thing.
It's going to end up being closer for no reason. It's going to be weird.
But the problem was, sure, games like this tend to expose the areas where you were, you already kind of felt you were weak, like the running game, for example. The problem was, this is now another game where Dylan has been.
He's been bad now for a month.
And this is the first time where that run defense really got used.
Yeah.
And the one thing I'm kicking myself about this week, even though I, spent all of last week telling folks, hey, this is a good football team. Watch out.
Shout out us.
Great job, guys.
The thing I didn't do
take that
enough
victory
of,
lap.
People
will love to hear that.
The thing I didn't do enough of, though, was wonder aloud if Nebraska was going to be able to handle a good RPO team.
Yeah,
it was we
discipline
kept
was really
looking
bad
at the Illinois game, and
Yeah.
see, but that's the thing. So I gave Illinois or Indiana 31 points. Nick, what did you have? 38?
35.
35. I thought a bad day for them was going to be 31 to 35 points. They go 56, and the backup played the second half.
It was 28 at halftime.
Yeah, they scored in every quarter. See, like that.
They scored on how many? 7 of 11 drives?
Is that what it was?
Or was it more?
And I believe it's 7 of the first 9, right?
Yeah, because they ended up punting late.
Yeah, and one of them doesn't count because it was the end of the first half.
Yeah.
See, like that's the.
And they got the pick.
It's so funny, and I can't wait to explore this with John and myself, and then a variety of guests today. As bad as the defense was, I'm just still so much more frightened about the offense right now.
Same.
Even though, like,
it's a mess.
Because the defense isn't going to have to play Indiana every week. Now they're going to have to play Ohio State this week, and that'll suck. But UCLA and Wisconsin and Iowa and even USC to a degree, like, I don't think they can do what Indiana just did. Famous last words.
For the defense, you could say, like, okay, let's center back and be in the right spot and there was always going to be a limit to how good Nebraska's defense was, just because they're not super talented.
I don't think the defense is that bad. I think the offense is, though.
Me too.
I think that's the problem. I don't think if they played the game 10 times, I don't think the defense is that bad.
It is.
I think the offense probably scores 17 or fewer every game, though.
It's imploding inside.
It's horrible.
Well, again, the weakness is that they had to replace an offense that was predicated on being able to play 11 on 11 and have a running quarterback, and switch over to an offense that doesn't have a running quarterback.
Yeah.
And that adjustment has been really difficult. Really difficult.
Yeah.
and they don't have a number one running back in that room. They got a bunch of backups, and it has been a struggle, which is why. And I know Michael talked about it. I know others have talked about it. I don't think changing out your play caller this season is going to change anything.
No, probably not.
Because you ain't changing out that running back room.
No.
Oh my!
You ain't. Ashton Genty ain't walking through that tunnel either.
Here, John, I will.
No.
Yeah, we're definitely not going to
read that. Don't read that. Don't read that. We shouldn't have acknowledged it. Probably.
No,
we shouldn't have.
I saw a stat this weekend. Let me see if I can find it from
Jamie
from Stu Manji about the offense. God, I'm looking everywhere for it. Basically, through 7 games now, the offense is averaging fewer yards per play than it was at this time last year.
Yes,
and that goes back to the problem of
it was never going to be a prolific offense in terms of yards. Like people always bring up the yard stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, whatever. But it's really just that they can't execute anything. They can't.
No.
It started with the run game. Then there was the whole thing about the receivers not getting open, and now it's Dylan. It is a disease. It has now affected everybody.
Yes,
infected everybody, and hard to get yourself out of that.
Kyle says,
I don't know where the antibiotics are.
No, need something more than that. Kyle says Nebraska is going to get shut out this week. Ohio State is going to just pin their ears back and go. Quarterback 1 is going to be running for his life so much that they'll be forced to go to quarterback 2. If you're Ohio State, that's what you do, right? You just pressure the living daylights out of the guy.
Of course you do.
Because right now it seems like people are like, let's just drop everybody back. If I was Ohio State, especially given that Dylan's ankle's a little messed up, I just smoke him.
Yep.
Every play.
Yep.
Yeah, man, now I am starting to tuck myself into Ohio State minus the 20 whatever and a half.
Again, I don't understand how it's only 24 and a half.
I think I'm going to go to Iowa.
Well, you just think, how does Nebraska get points?
I don't know. How do they?
I don't.
Will they score?
How do they get points? What does that look like? Broken play?
Maybe
off turnovers.
Maybe you do maybe you do the option drive. The Dedrick Mills option drive.
Heine Cat?
Or a full drive of the Heine Cat, which by the way, thank you for doing.
Yeah.
They just needed to do it again.
Yeah.
Probably about 8
on the same drive.
More times maybe.
But the other thing too is you could say, all right, if Nebraska doesn't turn the ball over, it's not as bad. And that's true. I mean, Indiana, half their points came off turnovers. The problem is it was still 28-7 without the turnovers.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't.
It was still 28-7 without the turnovers.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody that's rational. I mean, you should not be rationalizing it that way.
No, there's no way to.
Nebraska got forced into horrible situations. They did make the mistakes. But even if they didn't make the mistakes, they were still in horrible situations the whole game.
Troy in Washington emailed
and had no answers.
With the headline is 2026 football schedule, which it's dire when you start doing this type of stuff.
Oh, no.
Tennessee, Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, Illinois. And how about the fact that Indiana's in that group and Illinois? I don't see 4 or 5 wins, the nail in the coffin for this staff.
Oh, God.
Wow.
It's October.
Oh boy. It is. It's October of 2024. October?
What day is it? What was I supposed to do today?
I forgot how much I hated doing shows like this.
Yeah, I know.
They're back, John.
Seriously.
I think they're back forever now.
Because
they're never going
we didn't
away.
have one of these last year.
No.
Even after the Michigan game, you just kind of thought it was okay. Yeah, it's
first
Michigan.
years,
They're really
Colorado
good.
First years, you get exempt from these shows.
Well, Colorado game sucked. I know, but it was early. But because think about it. This game had elements of the past 3 failed administrations. It had the Pelini element of can't stop a mobile quarterback, and
he's
just
barely mobile,
and just a brutal defensive performance.
Yes.
It had the Riley element of just looking generally inept or disinterested.
Interesting. Bad special
and
teams.
it had the Frost element of the deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
And a coach trying to find an explanation for it. It had elements of every failed administration.
I don't understand how Indiana was the team who appeared to have the chip on their shoulder.
Big time.
Well, and then their coach said as much in the press game, in the post game
Right.
press conference.
Even though everything,
the number one defense, whatever, that
everything
stuff.
was about them. We played. I mean, I thought that'd be an advantage for Nebraska going into the week.
They never are able to do that.
No.
They did it for Colorado.
No.
So I guess I can't say never. But man, they never do for Big Ten teams. Big Ten teams come into these games and they are just like, we want to murder you.
Yeah.
Because you are everything that we hate.
Yeah.
And Nebraska is like, oh man, this Saturday.
Da-di-da-di-da.
This is sweet.
Yeah.
And then it's like over within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the fact that
Brutally.
the defense came on the field when Nebraska was down 14-7. After I thought that they fought hard early. I was like, this is good. They went down, they fumble, the defense gives up
They
another
got the
score.
fourth down stop.
But then they get the ball back and they go and score. And I'm like, here we go. This is the game right here. But it's still that first half, and I'm saying that. Embarrassing.
We'll dive more into it in the show, but
Okay.
something that sticks in my craw the most is the didn't see this coming.
Oh, really?
Oh, that bothers me big time. That is a
You would rather him say
that
like
is a huge red flag.
really?
Major red flag. You do not say that.
Oh,
ever.
so you're just saying don't say it.
You don't say it.
Oh, okay.
Many
and
people have said it.
You don't say it. And if you feel it, that's bad too.
I mean, is it what dumb debates? What's worse?
Him
Feeling
expecting it?
or expecting it? If he expected that versus Indiana.
I thought we'd get smoked.
Yeah. I mean, that's scary too.
Of course
They're
it
both
is.
scary.
Of course it is.
Obviously, neither
but at
is
least
good.
it knows that you have your finger on the pulse of what your team is.
But, okay, that's a good argument. That's a really good argument.
That when I heard that, it was like, wow. I mean, forget about the apology.
Yeah.
Again, that's, searching for answers. But to say you didn't see it coming, there is an example. And I know I wasn't there personally, but I take it as to heart because it came from someone who I trust implicitly.
Okay.
But they were riding up the elevator with the coaches before the Arizona State game in 1996. And the coaches in a private moment said, we did not prepare well this week. We're not in a good place.
And
for
that was
this
before
game.
the game?
And that was before the game.
Whoa, what a story.
And it was 19-0.
Yeah.
Those are coaches who knew their freaking team.
Last time they got shut out.
Until
this
Saturday.
day.
Until Saturday?
Till this day.
Yeah.
Maybe not Saturday.
So, yeah, that to me is the scariest thing about the whole weekend.
Yeah. I don't know. He said today, even in the pregame, it felt like they were going to go out and play well. Even in the pregame, like the warm-up.
Well, I'm wondering.
He said they had a good week of practice. They had a
did.
good bye week. And in the pregame, I liked where we were at.
But I'm wondering
It doesn't add up.
I'm wondering if there was a bit of a surprise to how, because a lot of the talk was, hey, is Indiana going to handle this big moment?
Yeah.
They obviously did.
Definitely.
I wonder if there was a bit of surprise in that, oh, they are ready. And this stadium is ready. And these fans are ready. And maybe the atmosphere, because that stadium, I've not been there personally, but I've been by it. It's not, it's not the big house. It's not Ohio Stadium. It's not the Tiger Den down in Baton Rouge. It's not an imposing stadium by any means. And so you kind of feel a bit of a, okay, yeah, we can handle this. We're fine.
Yeah.
And I wonder if there was a bit of underselling of, oh, wait a minute. There is something here. I don't know. I'm grasping for answers.
I think yeah, the coach is grasping for answers a little bit. I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows how it happened. But I can tell you, after they hit that first third down run, something changed. I can tell you when they scored that first touchdown, it continued. And then they get the fumble. And it's just like when bad things happen to them, they just don't react. They need. Here's why so I compared the Colorado game and the Indiana game all week, right? Similar styles. I think they're two pretty good teams. Like Nebraska blitzed them. They were in the right frame of mind, and they had the right things go right for them right out of the gate. Didn't happen in this game.
Yeah.
They need everything to be so perfect for them in order for anything to go well.
Yeah, it's wild to think to that Colorado game, like, what happens if some of the stuff just doesn't go right for them early?
Yeah, totally.
Is it a
That
totally
game's
different
Well, it's
result?
very much a momentum team because, listen, good teams have momentum stoppers, right?
Yeah.
Where if you give up a sudden change, you create a sudden change of your own, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels like, the Colorado game, it was momentum from the jump. It was there from the beginning, and it built upon itself, and guys kind of fed off of it. And so even when, and granted the lead was big enough probably at that point where Colorado wasn't going to come back. But there were a couple of points, in the second half. There was a blocked punt. They did have a touchdown drive where, they responded well. But they had 2.5 quarters of nothing but good things happening. In really competitive games, it's going to be back and forth. It's going to be, they hit me with a punch. Now I got to counter and I got to hit them with a punch. And it just feels like this program is in a spot where everything's got to be just right. And if it is, we're okay.
And if it's not.
But if something throws us off schedule, it throws off your entire day. And listen, we all go through it. We have a day where, you wake up, you feel like everything's all right, and then all of a sudden the dog vomits on the floor. And now you're down there cleaning stuff up, and it throws off your whole schedule. And sometimes that's what this program is.
To Rule's point, that was a thing 19 games ago, though, and hasn't been fixed.
So Amazing Daniel seems like he's going to disagree with us today on this discussion, and that's fine. I don't care. But I just want to respond to this one before we go to break. He says, last week you guys were saying the fans were downplaying that Indiana's better than fans think. And now you seem confused about how good they are, looking for this mysterious cause. Indiana's really good. Nebraska's better than we were, but not great. Had a bad day and got our asses kicked. Indiana's really good. That's why some of us were worried about the game. I was worried about the game.
I was worried about.
I don't know how that's how they played though is different than being worried about the game.
They
played
49 points.
Yeah.
They played awful.
Yeah. And you had players after the game discussing.
That's why it's not that they lost. It's that they played horribly.
Yeah. I mean, come on.
Indiana is good.
I don't think we're being too negative.
I saw, a 14 or 17 point loss possible. Certainly.
Yeah.
Because maybe Nebraska didn't have enough firepower, you're not enough in the run game, whatever. But this was, this was like a lot of those bowl games against Wisconsin and, Riley's game against Iowa, where it's just like, why did we even bother to show up?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Snowball.
I'm not taking anything away from Indiana. I've been talking them up for 7 weeks.
Yeah, seriously.
That's a good football team. They did a lot of the things I thought they would do, but I thought Nebraska would be more of a challenge than Northwestern was.
Yeah, and also if we're going to give Indiana their flowers, and I'm very happy to give them their flowers, then that does lead to but it's year 1 and it's year 2 discussion. Sure. So, even if they are a playoff team, if they get smoked by Ohio State this week, I think it'll be like that. We all would have seen that coming. It would make sense.
Sure.
But if they lose by fewer points to Ohio State, it's going to, in a weird way, it's going to ask more questions of what the hell happened last week.
It kind of depends on how the game plays out.
Yeah.
Because you do have those moments. This could be like the Miami Rose Bowl where they were clearly the better team and they were playing with their food and could have.
Yeah, for sure.
Hung 7
for sure. Yeah, 100%.
Really wanted to. We'll see.
Chris says you guys ignored Raiola's regression. Hey, we will certainly talk about that today.
Oh, sure.
I also did not.
Yeah, we will certainly talk about that.
Oh, that was a fun crossover.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a comment earlier
Sorry.
like, why are you guys not doing, weird things?
Oh, we should say that the chances are now exponentially more that Josh has to eat a tomato and wear a MAGA hat.
That is true.
If they do that, I'm gonna come on the air and say they need to fire Matt Rule.
Through your tomato
Put
juice.
that
Yes.
and mark that one too.
Yes, I'm serious.
If
Matt, I will run
makes
you
Josh
out
wear
of
a
town
MAGA
personally.
hat.
Personally, I will run you out of town.
Eat a tomato is the best part.
Come on.
Tomato juice dripping down your face.
People were tweeting at us over the weekend. We're that much closer to Josh wearing a MAGA hat. Nope, you can't forget about the tomato.
Can we? Because I think I mentioned it, but I'm not sure. Are we insisting that the tomato be eaten like an apple?
Yeah, like he has to.
So you can't
a raw
cut it
tomato.
up into pieces and eat it that way. You have to eat it like an apple.
Yeah.
Okay. They're not gonna lose out. They're not gonna lose out. I have faith in them to win one game.
That seems confident.
to win one game.
What was that UCLA score this weekend?
Hey, they only won by a few points.
35-32.
Yeah.
And
tough look for that defense. Nebraska only gave up 7.
And how many time zones did UCLA cross?
Hey, let's not talk about the time zones, John. They went around the globe, and then they finally landed there.
Tomato MAGA boy.
Oh boy.
Someone today suggested to me that Josh does it at the drive-thru of a McDonald's.
Hey, if anybody has Nick, you could probably do this. Would be a good project for you.
Okay.
Yeah, you've been loving these little projects.
Yeah.
I love projects.
Get out one of your AI deals.
Your little
Okay.
pixel thing.
And make Josh eat a tomato while
with a
wearing
MAGA
hat.
hat. Oh, that's a good one.
Hmm.
I don't know if the model quite knows what you look like.
Wow.
Can't you input a
Am
model?
I not that famous?
Can't you
I don't
input a
know, I
model
don't.
of
Just
Josh
say
into the-
it doesn't have to be Josh.
What
Just
good
say
is
a guy
freaking
named
AI
Josh.
then?
No, I'm sure there's a way. I just don't mess with it other than a couple
type in-
times we've done dumb bits.
Just say a guy, whatever. Could just be, we'll just
What
use
did you
him as
type in
Josh.
this?
A guy.
Dorky-looking marathon runner with obnoxiously large teeth.
Big teeth. Yeah.
Eating a raw tomato with a MAGA.
Imagine the teeth in the tomato.
There it is. Type that in.
Wow,
See what you get.
that'll be something. Seriously, I will run him out of town. Don't you
Wearing
dare.
your MAGA hat.
I'll have to. Oh man.
Oh,
Wow.
man, I'm glad I didn't make that prediction.
Yeah, what an idiot I am. Good Lord. They're gonna win.
I
I'm
only
not
said they
worried.
were going to beat Purdue.
I'm not worried.
You don't seem worried at all.
I'm not worried until they lose to UCLA. That's when it's panic time. But that's still it sucks. I wish it wasn't so far away.
Only
2 weeks
2 weeks.
away. I wish it was this
We're
week.
going to tease you about it for 2 more weeks.
I know, and then they're gonna win, and then I don't have to worry about it. And they'll
What
go
if they
to a bowl.
decline a bowl opportunity again?
I think I still.
Oh, and we also need to verify if they go 5-7, but then backdoor their way into a bowl, that doesn't count, right?
We're doing 6, hard 6.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah, I would agree.
All right.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to do it on
Hard
a technical.
6.
I'm not going to technicality it up.
Make sure you mark that. That sticks to the tape too. Because I could see that happen. Could you see that? You could see that happen. Nebraska loses out, but because of APR, they sneak their way into a bowl game.
Yeah. I don't know how they're doing in APR.
I'll say if that happens, I will refuse to talk about that bowl game. Period. We'll talk NFL.
Oh yeah, remember the scheduling conversation last week?
We'll talk
Oh, yeah.
NBA.
Don't have to worry about
NBA
a damn
Christmas.
thing.
I
Yeah.
don't care. I am not talking about a Nebraska
NBA
bowl game if they get there as
Christmas.
5-7.
John has a full show about all the NBA.
I'll
Christmas.
talk about Bronny James. I will talk about Bronny James and how Bronny James needs to play on Christmas Day.
Hey, there you go.
I love
So
Christmas.
it wouldn't let me do a specific MAGA hat because Bing won't let you do political things, but it made a dorky looking marathon guy eating a raw tomato.
How dorky is
And
it?
he has pretty big teeth.
Pretty big teeth. He's eating a raw tomato with a hot dog, and the hot dog is kind of between.
Just
The
send
tomato in
those.
his teeth?
Put those in the
Put those
chat.
in the system.
In the-
Can we see those AI generated images in the chat?
All right. Well,
All
if that segment wasn't uplifting enough, don't forget Jack Mitchell's coming up in a few minutes.
Oh my gosh! Have you
Exciting.
sent him the thing? I'll send him the thing.
Go ahead and send him
the thing.
Send it to him.
All right.
All right.
Goodbye.
You've done
Bye,
your tour
Happer.
of duty, Hap. Until tomorrow on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Here we go again.
Didn't think we'd be doing this in year 2.
No, not really.
So many comments.
Yeah.
So many comments.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum, everyone. Brought to you by Union Bank, where your money has people. I don't know what we're going to do.
I got a lot of comments.
We're going to get through this is what we're going to do. We are going to find a way to get through this.
Yeah.
I was actually in a fine mood today.
For what reason?
I don't know.
Oh, congrats
The
to the
Rams won.
Congrats to the Rams.
Now-
John's excited for the corporate World Series.
Raise your hand
Yeah,
if your
yeah.
team didn't lose this weekend. Let's go, Cowboys! Didn't lose.
They did not lose.
How'd the game go for the Dolphins?
They choked it away.
Not great, Nick. Not great.
But they didn't lose 56-7.
They didn't.
No.
That was one thing they didn't do.
That's true.
Yeah. You said something during the crossover. It's true. The more I think about it now in hindsight, because I didn't think about it much yesterday. I really didn't.
Yeah.
I was enjoying the football. Had some good games on in both windows. I mean, the Rams tried to give it away there, but I was enjoying it. You know,
yeah.
I was enjoying the football.
Oh, it's
I was
great.
enjoying, a beautiful day. The window was open, and then I get here and Josh said, "Well, we got to talk about that game." And I said,
That's what I
What are you
said.
talking about?
We have to.
We have to?
We have to.
We can't break down the Chiefs Frisco game?
We have to.
We can't break down Sunday Night Football? Russell Wilson is back, folks.
Dude, how about that? Yeah, my apologies to Russell Wilson. You played better than I expected you to play last night. Way better.
The Grumdown's brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Welcome to Funeral Week.
Yeah.
What was one of the things I said last week when I was fending off all the people saying, "No, you just stop talking up Indiana, blah, blah, blah. You just want them to win, blah, blah, blah." And what was one of the things I said? I said, you know why I want them to win this damn game? Because how many times have we gone into this week
I know. Oh, my God.
against the Ohio State University
Oh, my
where the whole
gosh.
damn week felt like a funeral march, where it was a 5-day countdown to when grandma dies.
Oh, God.
And guess what?
It's
We're
that.
right back there.
And I would say this might actually be the worst of the death marches. This is among the worst death marches that I can ever remember. No, it's going to be bad.
Scarlet alert today.
Oh, boy.
No cream?
Hey, I have, what did I have on there? 2 creams, John? 2 creams? I think I had two tiny
creams?
2 tiny creams.
2 more creams than I have.
Yeah.
Scarlet alert.
Uh-oh.
I did not see this coming.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Matt Rule Confidence Index.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Jack Mitchell is anxiously awaiting.
He's in the green room.
in the green room.
Yep.
We'll see if he's numb to the pain.
All right.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along. He was at the press conference today
And Saturday.
and Saturday.
Yeah.
He was at the game. Oh, but it's like the 50s again.
Oh, I loved you trying to reverse jinx it last night as the Dodgers were well on their way towards
I
picking
wasn't
up.
reverse jinxing anything. I was just stating facts. Congrats to the Dodgers, the long-suffering Dodgers. Their 25th pennant. Their 4th in this century. I mean, think about that. Only 4 pennants this entire century. That's suffering, folks.
So real
That
quick,
is suffering.
17, 18, 20, and now this year. All right, baseball.
Well, now can John can stop saying, well, Shohei's never been to a World Series.
Yeah, well, if they lose, then it'd be, he's never won a World
Yeah, I know.
Series. The Dodgers are going to win, though, so he won't be able to say that for another week and a half.
Don't make me root for the Yankees. I'm rooting for the Yankees.
Yeah, of course you are.
I don't like the Dodgers.
And you don't like Shohei.
No, I don't like the Dodgers.
And you don't like the discourse that surrounds Shohei.
Yeah, because I'm going to have idiots like Nick. Oh, he's the greatest of all time. He's got 1 World Series ring. Whoop-de-doo.
Well, don't worry. In a few years, he'll have 4 World Series rings, and then
Yeah, exactly. And guess what? Just like on the New England Patriots in 2000, I'll be the guy running the train, and the rest of y'all are going to be sitting in the caboose saying, God, I wish I would have listened to you 20 years ago.
Are we allowed to talk about that on the radio? We might have to edit that out, Nick.
Don't run a train.
Yeah,
John.
don't run a train, John. I didn't think you were into that kind of stuff.
And we
No
have
shaming, though.
the NFL, and then there was one. One undefeated team.
They are undefeated.
They are undefeated.
Hey, don't worry, 49ers fans. You got the Cowboys on tap Sunday night. All will be well.
As much as I don't like a Dodgers-Yankees World Series, I am rooting for a rainout in either Game 1 or Game 2 so that I have an excuse to watch the World Series and not that damn football game.
Oh, 49ers Cowboys?
I don't want to watch that game.
Oh, that's right. You always get so triggered about the Cowboys being on television.
Just don't watch it.
Because they suck,
Yeah,
Josh.
I know they do.
They suck.
Yeah, they're like the Rams.
They suck.
It's not an affront to America when the Rams are on TV, but
They're never on TV unless they're on my direct TV.
Nice.
Sunday ticket.
Eric says, hey, Josh and Nick, match John's energy.
Ah!
Yeah, John came in hot today. I got some stuff. I'm percolating. I'm ready to go.
I
John's just more fired up about baseball than I am.
I got
right
a few
now.
things too, but that's also baseball related.
Yeah, that's too much.
Well, I'm
baseball.
fired up because it's Victory Monday.
Yeah,
Rams,
there you go.
Rams won, though. I'm so
Nice.
tired of watching field goal kickers missing kicks.
I think I'm done with the Dolphins for now.
No, you should.
Soft. You're like a Nebraska football player. Soft.
Yeah,
SOFT.
I'll still cheer for them and I'll still watch them.
Don't give
but
up on
I
them
didn't
yet.
watch them yesterday, and it was nice.
Soft.
I think whatever I did yesterday, not watching the game was a better use of my time.
Interesting.
I'm guessing you were like Matt Rule.
I did not see this coming.
No, I did see the loss coming.
Oh,
I
you did,
knew
okay.
that the Dolphins were going to lose.
Okay. 402-951-1620. We'll try to get to some calls today as well.
Dude, I got a lot of emails. Coming in. I just got one that said I wanted to hire Bielema. I'm like, come on, we're not doing that stuff too.
I love all your passion. I do. But another thing I don't like about these types of games is we get some long emails.
Dude, they're longer than Chattel's column.
Very well written in most cases, like the ones we got over the weekend.
Yeah, there was
we got
one
some good. We got some well written, but they're just very long.
Yeah.
I could start reading them now. I might be done by the happy hour.
Yeah, we do
But
need to like
they're well written.
put like a character or word limit on it. Like if you could try to keep it to like 250 words, that would be, even that is a lot, but I can deal with 250 words. But there was one, I kid you not, you know what? I'm going to copy and paste it. You know the one I'm talking about. It was the one that we got this morning.
And it was a very well written email.
I copy and pasted multiple things out of this email to have on the show today. But we literally cannot read it all on the air. It is, as I posted into my Word doc, it has to go into a second, 959 words.
Oh, words.
Yeah. Like a Chattel column is normally like 800 words. This is longer than a Tom Chattel column.
What we should do, we should have somebody do a dramatic reading of it, and then we could post it in the podcast.
Of the whole email?
Yeah.
That would take so long. That would take us like 15 minutes just to read the email.
Well, that's why we're posting it on the podcast. Yeah. Or we could make it a video.
There is some stuff in there that I did copy and paste to read on the show today, though. This was an anonymous.
402-951-1620, 42 degrees the source hotline by your mom's house. I dare you to text something to Josh that's 900 letter or words long.
Please don't. Just shorten up those emails. Just
JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Yes, we're asking you how nervous you are that Nebraska may not make a bowl game. I can't believe we're asking this question.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
But remember, Josh did promise to eat a raw tomato wearing a MAGA hat if it doesn't happen.
Not worried.
So you have that to look forward to, which is nice. And there's the Equitable Bank inbox where we take banking personally. We read your emails, no matter how long they are, and answer.
I won't make that promise.
String.
If people keep sending me 900,
I read them.
I'm just saying, moving forward,
but not on the air. Read them. I just read them as they came in.
Money Chris sends in a short email titled "Short Email," and then in the body, "We effing suck" in all caps.
John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. All right.
That's the show.
And we're off.
Let's talk to Jack.
Yes.
That'll ease everybody.
Ease his pain.
Meanwhile, I'm going to be looking. No.
Okay.
I know what movie
okay.
that's from.
Nick, you're of baseball now. Ease his pain.
Was that field?
Means we have to go plow under a cornfield and build a football field.
Yeah. Good movie.
Where we bring back Guy Chamberlain and Ed Weir.
Oh my gosh, the track's even gone.
Show them. You know what?
Is it the curse of the Ed Weir track?
They killed Ed Weir's track.
Yeah. To be fair, they'd been bad before that too, though.
Yeah, but this is the new bad.
This is a new bad.
This is the new bad.
Meet the new bad. Same as the old bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't you remember the ditch digging or the what do they call that? The groundbreaking ceremony where they just dug their
fake
shovels
dirt
into a pot.
The curse of fake dirt.
Hey, look, here's a trench of dirt.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to find that picture. Thank you
This
for
isn't the
reminding me.
actual dirt we're digging into. We're just going to fill one of our urinal troughs with dirt, and you can turn the dirt over there.
We made fun of them so much. Wait,
Who was the player that was there that was part of it and then transferred?
Oh, I don't know.
Wasn't it?
Oh, it probably would have been Wandale then.
Was
It probably would have been Wandale. Good Lord. Oh, I found a picture of it. Look at them.
We had the silver shovels and the hats and the
Dude, those shovels
had
are
the
very
little ends on them, and it wasn't even the real dirt.
Oh my gosh. So funny.
We'll be back in a moment. Jack Mitchell will join us, and I'm sure things won't get any more weird after that.
Nope.
1620 The Zone.
from Stephen Berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meat. Ham the water of meat.
Okay, here we go. Monday, 50-67. How was your weekend, Jack?
It was fine. I don't know. It was fine. I mean, if you're asking if I was had ruined by the football game, I was over the football game by the end of the football game. I went through the stages of grief during the second half of that game.
Really?
Which is nice. So
Interesting. So how is it hitting today? Because Josh pointed something out that the more you think about it, the worse it gets.
Oh no, it was pretty terrible. Right in the moment. I can't.
Pretty bad.
It was pretty terrible. I mean, listen, but I mean, I'll be fully honest. I've developed a layer of numbness to this stuff now. So,
yeah,
I mean, I think we all have. So, no, it's not one of those days anymore where it just completely ruins. I've been through the drill enough that I've taught myself ways to recover, move on, and not let it ruin my entire weekend. So, I did that. I watched football. I didn't lose my desire.
You don't normally watch football after games like that.
I'm telling you, it's. I mean, at some point you've got to adapt. There's always going to be complete devastation in the middle of every freaking season, even in the best of times. I've told myself enough that it's all gonna, it all might fall apart. So you got to be ready. I apparently executed that well. I mean, I don't know why exactly. I think it was partly because it was just such a blowout. I think it would have been a much harder had it been another one of those gut-wrenchingly close losses. To be honest, not that it bodes worse for the future that it was. But.
We've all been trying to figure out exactly how this game could have unfolded to that degree where they just look so overmatched to Indiana. And I was thinking this morning about the offseason, right before the season started in August, when the video came out of Matt Rule at practice. Do you remember this? When he talked to them about performing a certain way in front of
a crowd.
people.
Yeah.
Is that silly to bring up in this moment, or is there something there that we could apply to a game like this one versus Indiana?
I don't know. In that it was they performed.
And that the lights were on and the fans were there.
There were other times this year, and it went okay, and it went well when that happened. So
yeah, but they were playing a team who was definitely in their fight class or in their weight class,
above their weight class.
If not now definitely above their weight class.
Right, I know, but if that were really an issue, I think that happens against Colorado. They played about as well as they could have in that game. So,
by the way, is there something about this series? Because last year, Colorado beat Nebraska. They're flying high. And then immediately it just goes.
And now
Nebraska seems, it didn't end great, but it got better. And this year, it's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Nebraska's gone. Yeah. Meanwhile, Colorado's like, oh, hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah. If they played again now, just like last year, we all would have said Nebraska would win the second time. Absolutely. Now we'd also
Josh, there might be something to what you're talking about. I don't have I would love to be able to go on my radio show or any of the content I do or here and say, hey, here are all the reasons, that this happened but I can't. I didn't expect it at all. I wouldn't have been shocked if Indiana won whatsoever, but obviously what happened was completely different. That I didn't expect it. The reasons why it happened in the game, the reason is everything. Every single thing was terrible. It's not if this would have been different, if they would have been able to get the running game going, it wouldn't have. Nothing, everything was terrible. And so I don't have an answer. I'm baffled by the entire thing. And yeah, I get it. Part of that could be attributed to Nebraska wasn't as good as I thought they were coming in, but don't try and sell me this whole thing that this is just what the team has been the whole year because
they haven't.
So if anybody, and I think people are trying to explain it away that way. Well, I saw this coming the whole way. I don't even believe that. I didn't hear anybody saying anything like this was coming in this game. So I don't have I can't explain it. I just hope, I hope for them that was a one-time deal, was fluky in some way, was a convergence of bad events, because if it wasn't, this is going to be an unbelievably unfun 2 months.
Oh, you can say that again.
This will be an unbelievably unfun 2 months.
He said it again.
I'm trying to figure out a way, because at this point, it's looking like, and we haven't shown the K-Ford numbers yet, but I mean it's close to 6-6.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We're right now 6-6. I think if you put a contract in front of folks, they'd take it.
Probably.
They wouldn't even take the 7. They'd take the 6-6.
Probably.
Well, you definitely would, Josh, because it keeps you from the tomato and the MAGA hat. But and yet, if we would have suggested that last week at this time, people would have said, you are out of your damn mind.
Yeah, they would have.
Out of your damn mind.
Yep. It changed everything.
Is it truly possible that this one game, does this game have the same negative Kavorka as the Colorado game in 2001? Where it's just like, man, everything just went
Probably
right
not.
after that.
I mean, probably not. I mean, as hard as it is to believe in the moment, a lot of times when you have these just shocking, inexplicably horrendous performances that are embarrassing, historically, even for Nebraska, they've come back not looking like that the rest of the year. Hasn't been. I mean, right away, I think the first one that comes to mind is 2015 at Purdue on Halloween. And then you're like, they cannot beat Purdue. This is a disaster. What a mess.
And then they beat Michigan State.
They beat Michigan State the next week. And
and then they beat Rutgers after that.
Yeah. And I don't know if that 15 game against Purdue is the best, one-to-one example of the Indiana game, but that was about as down as I felt about a team in a long time after that one, as I recall. So at least Nebraska scored some points in that one with Riker Fife. But so I think when this happens, the truth is this does happen during seasons, and it usually doesn't end up to be that the rest of the year. And I don't know if people are expecting that, but with the schedule being as it is, as John, I think, was pointing out with those K-Ford things, outside of Ohio State, which we know what that is, every single game what it's going to feel like, guys, is the last 4 games of last year in some ways.
They're going to go in with the same record.
Basically the same thing, right?
Yeah, 5-3.
It's going to be 5-3, and you're going to have the 4 chances to win that game.
Yeah. Jack, we got a comment a few minutes ago from Hurt and Husker fan. A couple of them. He says, "It baffles me you didn't see this coming. A lot of us have seen this in every game but Colorado, and we were told wins are wins. Be happy. Those are just good teams. No to both. This was obvious." I made this comparison to you the other day, and I'll make it now on the radio, and I might have before, but picking Nebraska or saying this was obvious or saying they're still not going to make a bowl game or saying they're going to fall apart. If you believe that, I can't argue and say, no, you didn't, because if you believed it, you believed it. Saying that, in my opinion, is like betting with the house in Vegas, where it's like you are banking on it ultimately coming up bad for Nebraska. Mm-hmm. And maybe you're going to end up being right. But I thought they would lose. I did not see a 49-point ass whooping coming where both sides of the ball, and we don't even have to talk about special teams, even though they were bad again, but both sides of the ball were so totally outclassed. If you saw that coming, again, more power to you.
I don't know how you would.
If you saw that coming, where were you? Where were you last week when I said, hey, this Indiana team's pretty good?
Yeah, we never heard from any of these people.
How come folks didn't say, yeah, John, you're right. And you're right. Not only you're right, I think they're going to kick the living crap out of us next week. Yeah. No one said that. Yeah, so I'm sorry. There's a little bit of hindsight 2020 going on.
Well, listen, I can see, I get the point. I get what he's saying to a point. I could have taken the results for the last 2 weeks in Illinois and extrapolated them to Nebraska losing, to Indiana. I don't know, 27-17 or something, right? 27-14, but not 56-7. I mean, come on, not 56-7. Not that. And it wasn't just the score. It was what we saw. Every part of Nebraska was dominated by Indiana almost the entirety of the game. It was as bad. It was as surprisingly bad and, to me, embarrassing a result as a fan. I think
70-10.
I think since 70-10. And people might bring up the Ohio State games in 16 and 17 under Riley. 17, I was already so far out on that team, and everyone else was that you kind of expected that.
62-3
right?
was really rough. Yeah.
62-3 was rough, but Tommy Armstrong went down in that game, and that made it kind of weird too.
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
And they kind of So I can't think of, maybe there's another game in there that I'm forgetting. Just a completely embarrassing destruction, maybe against Michigan. Like even Michigan last year.
Big Ten championship game is among the lowest.
That's a
points
good one. That's a good one.
Ever had.
Yes,
that was bad. They rushed for what?
That's a good, and that one was shocking in the same way too.
Yes,
right. That was shocking.
They're on a 6-game winning streak. They had won out to go to the title game, and then they just get thoroughly demolished.
Yeah,
again, from snap one.
And it was a Wisconsin team that only got there because two other teams weren't
allowed.
Suspended.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
So,
right.
So they were,
Yeah, that was rough. That was rough.
I saw this. This was brought to my attention after the game on Saturday.
Okay.
I wasn't much on the social media on Saturday, but
I think I know what this is. Yes, I saw this.
But Evan Cooper.
Yep.
You remember Evan Cooper? He used to be Nebraska's defensive backs coach until the 4th of July.
Yes.
Or the 5th of July. The 5th of July.
Jan 6 in July.
He was responding to a tweet from the Husk Guys account, which claims that, I guess they're like the most followed fan account. I don't know what the deal is. But anyway, Husk Guys said, Rule making $7 million this year. You can't make $7 million and get embarrassed like that to a first-year head coach. It just can't happen. To which Evan Cooper, quote tweeted, ungrateful, emotional, and nearsighted. And now he later took down that tweet.
Yeah, and did you take it to mean the same thing I did? He was going after the account, not after Matt Rule, or did you take
yes,
it to
he was going after going after people
yes.
criticizing Matt Rule. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right. Just want to make sure.
I thought this was well, first of all,
he hadn't said anything since he
welcome
got fired.
back, Evan. By the way, that's the first tweet he had since he got fired.
Yep.
So the interesting timing to come back from the grave.
Very much so.
From the social media grave.
Very much so.
But man, that's ungrateful. Interesting.
Well, I mean, listen. Some of the overreactions. I mean, I'm annoyed with some of the overreactions myself, right? But so I don't know. I don't find that response all that shocking, or I don't know. It didn't really take me back even that he would only the fact that you have a former coach who's tweeting, but the message itself, I'm not surprised he feels that way as a former coach. I mean, goodness sakes, you get it freaking constantly. Every game, somebody wants somebody fired constantly. I mean,
right, but no one. But to defend the fan, there's no. I mean, I guess you could say it's implied that he wants Rule gone, but it's not said implicitly.
Okay, well, whatever.
Saying, hey, he making $7 million. You can't get embarrassed like that. So I don't think that's. I think that's stretching it a bit to assume that this guy wants Rule gone.
Okay, whatever he's saying. I don't blame. I guess I'm to some degree. I'm definitely not surprised Evan Cooper feels that way. Being a coach under Rule and seeing the whole thing in the background. I don't know. I just don't have a reaction to this. Maybe you guys do, but
I just thought it was interesting, because it's sadly, it's kind of reminiscent of how I talked about this game was very reminiscent of the Riley era, the Frost era, and the Pelini era wrapped up into one. This reminds me of the Callahan-Peterson era, where you got people now coming out of the woodwork and saying, well, fans can't say stuff like that. It's like, come on, man. You don't get boat race 56-7 and expect sunshine and lollipops coming your way. And I didn't think it was that toxic a tweet. I'd seen a lot worse on social media.
There was a lot worse. There definitely was.
Anyway, I just thought that was interesting.
Jack,
I didn't.
My wife, she asked me a question last night about my confidence level, and we're going to talk about this later, but where my confidence level meter was at in Matt Rule today versus where it was at a month ago on a scale of 1 to 10. Has yours changed a whole lot in that time span, or are you still in a similar spot?
Yeah, mine's gone down. Yeah, for certain. I didn't ever think what happened. I didn't ever think what happened on Saturday would happen with where they were. With where they were under his leadership, with what the roster looked like, with the progress that they looked like they had made. So I misread something about their ability. So for certain, my confidence level has gone down in this. When it looked like not only were they not ready for that game, but they were sort of caught flat-footed after the fact and didn't know why they weren't ready for the game. So yeah, no, I don't know how you can go away and not take a hit in confidence from this game, and maybe through, perhaps a little bit too through how the season has gone since the Colorado game as well, even though you've come up with wins other than the Illinois game. So yeah, I mean, take where I was in August compared to now. Yeah, my confidence is down. This was the year that was kind of show me though,
Yeah.
It was kind of the year like, okay, this is the year you win those games that you've lost in the past, right? And you show clear improvement and all of the, it's just going to be, I expected it was going to be, an unquestioned level of improvement of a step forward. It was just, was it going to be far enough of a step forward to satiate people in year 2?
Hey, so let me read you this tweet then from one of our listeners, Michael. He says, "This is the funniest segment with Jack ever. He has officially given up. You can tell he is done." Is that apt?
I'm not excited for the next week of football.
No, I meant like this is big picture. Like big picture. Are you?
No,
have you reached that level of like truly questioning things?
My mood about this is I am dreading the freaking end of this season. All of not only the possible losing, the losing is a huge part of it, but then I know I might not be like everyone else in this, but I cannot take everyone acting vindicated about their theory, about what was wrong about the program after every loss. I hate it. Like, I just hate it. I hate the loss as it stands. And then everyone coming out and say, well, see, I told you so. I knew they were going to get their butt kicked, and here's why. And I was the one who saw it. I hate that. I would, if you're like that, don't ever come to watch a game and hang out with me on a game day, because you're the worst. You're the worst to like transform that into an I was right thing and get a little braggadocio about you for that in a losing moment when all I want to do is mourn. Those people rub me the freaking wrong way. And we're going to get so much of that the next few weeks if things don't go well. If I've given up on the season, no, I don't think so. But a big chunk. Josh, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I wanted them to win. I wanted to go into this Ohio State game and have that be fun. And then we talked to, like, they win that game, and it's going to be a fun few weeks, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't think they were making the playoff, but you had a chance to talk about, hey, man, if they stay with 2 wins, it's going to get interesting. You have other teams you can root against and cheer for. You're going to look at the standings. It's going to be fun. It felt like all of the things that were going to make this season really fun, Josh, went away.
Yes, so it's a slog now.
That, like, they may still recover in some way from this, Josh, but the idea of this dream of the second half of the season being fun, right, and being on a roll and pulling off upsets and talking about the playoff and looking at the standings and all of those things and talking trash to the teams that you beat, that's all gone. I mean, it's a lot of it's gone, right? And that's not even to say they can't win two more games. I doubt they'll win 3, but they might win 2 games and get to a bowl. But why I sound like I do right now is the fun of the second half of the season feels like it's probably gotten yanked away from us in large part.
Well, would you like to make fun of somebody?
Oh, who?
I mean, it's kind of a backhanded way of making fun of somebody, but I was perusing the internet yesterday because I saw the rankings came out, and someone was commenting on how in the world I can't remember what the other team was, this team and Nebraska, how did they get an AP vote? And I'm like, somebody out there voted Nebraska in the top 25?
John Wilner out on the West Coast?
Nope. It's Dylan Sin of the Journal-Gazette in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh.
Who put Nebraska in his top 25.
Love it.
And I'm wondering if old Dylan is doing this to, hey, we got to make it look like, Indiana's got a ranked win.
He doesn't even have Indiana that high, though. He should have put him at like 4. He has him down at what, 8, 7 or 8?
I know.
That's soft.
I'm like, dude, did you watch the game?
Interesting.
Nice.
Well, so we have one person out there who still believes in Nebraska football. His name is Dylan Sin. Good
Maybe he
job.
likes them because they have the same, quarterback, Dylan. Dylan likes Dylan.
Maybe.
I wonder if this Dylan can still throw a tight spiral.
Yeah, how's his ankle doing? Dylan, how's your ankle?
Can you do a Dylan ankle transplant?
Yeah, give him your ankle.
So
Wow.
there's that.
Wow.
I mean, that's all we've got. That's all we've got.
Hey, we've got other stuff. We've got the World Series between the Yankees and the Dodgers.
God. Here we go again.
Again, it hasn't happened in so many years.
No, here we go again with just like trying to look out and like trying to create positive things out in the future of sports.
Jack,
when
don't
things
worry. The
get
sun
bad.
is setting earlier every day. So,
Yeah,
you've
that's
got
great.
that go. The time change is on
That's
its way.
great.
What else
That's
is happening?
great.
Hey, there's an election in 15
Oh,
days.
right. I had no idea.
Yeah, you want to know why I'm in it? Yeah.
I had no freaking idea.
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once again, we're at that point where, dang, I am looking so forward to the day after, and there's no more commercials. I went for a walk last night.
Yeah, the day
normally
after.
if I
Sure,
get
that'll be a
spam
nice
call-
calm day. Yeah, that'll be
Normal.
sure that'll be a nice fun return back to normal in America.
I appreciate my phone, by the way, for identifying, because normally if I get a spam call, it says, possible spam or something like that. I don't remember what the term is.
Yeah.
This one actually said political call,
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
to which I swiped.
You said,
no,
hello, I love politics.
I said, no.
I'm quitting my job to go
Go
back to
away.
KLIN with Jack so we can talk about culture war.
Go away. Don't need you. Leave me alone.
Oh.
So, anyway.
Yeah. I really wish Nebraska was playing someone other than Ohio State this week.
It's really
I
good.
mean, it really would feel a little less, like you guys were saying, funeral marchy.
It's a funeral week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we, like you said, we've had those before in those other years before Ohio.
Pretty much
State.
every Ohio State game except for the time they came, when game day was here. There wasn't a funeral march for that.
No, but then the game sucked.
And then before they got destroyed by Ohio State and Columbus, there was a good.
The 2012 one?
Yeah, there was.
Were
a good,
people excited? I don't remember. I was a young producer at the time. I was a young Nick.
There was some excitement.
Yeah.
I mean, we actually went out there.
Yeah, that's true.
The show, we went out there.
Yeah, that's true. You did.
Well, what's Nebraska have to do to win this game, guys? Let's get into it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Now, hey, you want to talk about something I'm annoyed by? Keys to the game on Friday for me is just like, how do they cover? It's not how do they win the game.
Friends, I can promise you this much. All the numbers that we threw at you last week.
Yeah, we're not going to do it this time.
Ain't going to get many numbers this
Yeah, we
week.
don't need to.
Not from me.
Don't need to.
Don't really need to.
Bummer.
Hey, you know what? You want me to say something that's going to make a lot of Nebraska football fans, we can tell, for whatever reason, mad?
Yeah. Sure.
I hope Indiana gets it. I hope Washington beats them by 20 next Saturday.
Everyone agrees with you. Nobody wants Indiana to win.
Oh, no, they don't. They love them. They want to tell.
They just were trying to tell you they were good.
They want to. No, and that makes them kind of love them. They kind of love them. Signetti might be coach boyfriend 2.0, but
you said this last week.
I knew it.
But he's like coach. But he's like coach, like fun uncle or something. I'm not. He's not. I don't know.
Coach
It's a little
fun
different.
uncle.
I'm workshopping that.
No,
but Signetti's the new one.
He's Uncle Hold My Beer, but he actually can drink and do cool things at the same time, like shoot behind his head or something.
Nice.
Because he's like uber confident, uber cocky, and they kept every time they went to him down on the sideline, you could just feel the, dare I say, the machismo just oozing off of him. He's just like, oh yeah, it's a great day. Of course we have a lot of fans here. We're undefeated.
Listen, it's gonna happen sometime, and I can't wait till they get their comeuppance. I can't wait.
What in the quarterfinal of the playoff? I'm sure that'll really feel bad for him.
By the way, it
Huskies.
sounds like Rourke isn't going to play on Saturday.
But I've been told he's put together such a great roster and he's such a great coach I can't imagine that would matter, John. It's the coaching.
I mean, watch that backup quarterback. That backup quarterback had as many touchdown passes as Nebraska's starting quarterback.
Exactly. I'm sure they'll be great.
Yeah.
I can't pencil them in the playoff. Buy your tickets. Buy your tickets right now.
Did Dylan have a touchdown pass, John?
I don't even remember how Nebraska scored.
Was it a handoff?
It was that play around the corner.
Yeah. No touchdown passes. None.
It was Barney, right?
Dylan has 0 touchdowns.
Oh, that's right. Because the play before, Fedoni whipped on the block, and then he got it the next time.
Dylan's October numbers right now are 41 of 71, 368 yards, 5.2 yards per, no touchdowns, 4 picks. That's worse than Patrick Mahomes.
Sorry, I take that back. The backup quarterback
Had
has
more
touchdown passes
than Dylan Raiola.
Here's a fun thought to leave, controversial, like the wick, and then leave for you guys. Would Nebraska have done better in that game if they had run last year's offense with Heinrich Harburg? All right, we'll see you later, everybody. Have a great night.
For Ohio State. Bye, Jack.
That was the only time I got excited watching that game.
When
was,
the Heine
hey,
cast?
the Wild Heine's in there.
Nice. Hey, I will say this, Jack, before you go. This is the upset of the century. It took until 3:19 to receive an email that said the word surrender and was talking about the uniforms.
That's the other reason why this was good. It proves once and for all those dumbass-looking uniforms suck, and suck.
Another chapter. Seeing those uniforms on the field, it's like looking through a montage of all of the worst moments of your life.
Yep.
It's
I got a
basically
text
what
from
it
somebody. See, because you guys are kind of doing a bit, kind of. I know you
No,
don't like
I
them.
hate those uniforms.
It's not about
You don't think they lose because of them?
No,
I'm
just
not sure.
like
I can't-
garbage.
I have no official position.
I got
on
a
that.
text from somebody. They've literally never won in them. I said, yes, they have. No, I don't remember. I said, the last time they wore them, they literally won the game the last time. He's like, I don't remember that. Then I don't know what to tell you. They did, though.
I believe Nate
Northwestern in 2016. They won that game.
Well, but those were
alternates. Those were sweet. If they brought those out, I'd be happy.
Those were alternates.
That's
Those
fine.
don't count.
They've still worn them. They beat Texas A&M in 2002. They won a game.
With those ugly, wide-ass red stripes.
those are
Mike
a little
Riley
different
era,
too.
they won. They wore all whites all the time in the Mike Riley.
Nate-
They beat Minnesota in
Nate,
2015.
Nate Rohr, who now works with Jack at KLI, and he did the numbers. I think the record's like 7 and 14 or something.
Yeah,
That's
but
better than Frost, though.
I'm gonna tell you what. But each of the 14 are like the worst 14 games of your life.
Yep,
is the problem.
really
And
is
it's
bad.
not even about how they look. It's
Again, don't wear them because they look like garbage.
no, see, I'm in a different spot than John. I don't.
Yeah, they look
What do you
good.
mean?
No, they do not look good. They look like garbage.
Wait, do you
They
apply
look
that?
stupid.
Time out. Do you apply that to every team that wears all white?
Yes. He
Every
hates-
every Saturday and
He says
Sunday.
it looks like
I
pajamas.
don't like unless you have like Green Bay yesterday. Now those didn't look great because they needed like the problem is it's white from head to toe. You need other colors to offset.
You don't think like Texas's uniforms look awesome?
No,
That's wild.
no, they look like garbage. Now I've gotten used to them because I'll give them this. They wear them all the time.
They do, yeah.
Nebraska does not. Why? And I loved all the people out there who was like, oh, they're going to kill all the curses in one shot. And then Ja'Cory Barney decided, I'm going to field a kick at the 1 yard line and walk out of bounds.
That was so stupid.
Hey guys, what if I would have told you special teams was the best of the three units
It
on
was.
Saturday coming in?
It was. It was the best unit.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it
Yes,
wasn't.
it was.
That play was stupid.
What was
In fact, ladies and gentlemen, we are not allowed to talk special teams of Nebraska on this show anymore unless we play this music.
They were better. What unit was better than special teams?
Well, they weren't better. They were just all
No,
terrible.
you have to have one of them as first. Special teams is first.
Special
'Cause they
teams
were
was the
barely on
best.
field.
Special teams is garbage.
Special
Yes,
teams-
of course it is. But the offense scored 7 points and had 5 turnovers, and the defense allowed Indiana to get 8 yards a play or whatever it was.
Doesn't matter. Garbage.
All right. Bye, Jack.
See ya.
There he goes. All right. We will be back, and there's more to come on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. The World Series stage is set. If you're a Dodgers or Yankees fan, congrats. If you aren't, well, that doesn't mean you don't have a reason not to watch, especially when you have a sports book like Circus Sports Iowa to elevate every game in the series. Live in-game lines that update every break, a ton of props, futures, and, of course, the tight money line splits are waiting for you to make this series one for you to remember. Let's look at those tight money line splits for Game 1 on Friday. Dodgers are favored at -124. The Yankees the underdog at +114. Some props available to you. Game win spreads, total games, MVP odds, they have it all just waiting right there. This will be your last opportunity to play with baseball until March, so please just make the most of it anywhere in the state of Iowa with Circus Sports Iowa. Download your new sportsbook today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
So I want to go back to something we talked about briefly earlier, but it's the one thing that has stuck in my craw the most about this game, and it was after the game. So let's go ahead and when you get a chance there, Nick, switch your page. So here is the full soundbite. Well, I say full. I mean, his answers tend to be a little bit longer.
Yeah.
It's just the way he is. I'm not being critical.
Yeah.
But I clipped out the most important part of the answer, which led to, well, dare I say, the punchline.
I just think that I thought they had our number today. And again, that's the part that really infuriates me as the head coach. People are going to point at this person, everything should be pointed right at me. I usually can see things coming. And I'll tell you right now, I did not see this coming. And so credit to them. I don't want to take anything away from them. They're an excellent football team. But yeah, I did not see this coming.
And to me, that is a major red flag. And here's why. And I shared the anecdote earlier, the Arizona State game, 1996. Coaches riding up the elevator. Someone who I know very well was there. Trust him implicitly. And basically the coaches said, yeah, we did not practice well this week. We're not ready for this game. And then they went out and proceeded to get thumped.
Yeah. Still last time they were shut out.
And I thought, man, coaches know. Or at least they should. And when I hear that, first off, to some degree,
I did not see this coming.
Sometimes in these press conferences, coaches are out there, they're trying to deflect away from the players, right? They're trying,
Well, yeah,
hey,
Rule talked about that today, right? Where he
make this about me.
Yeah, where he even said, like, I hate when coaches say, put this on me.
Right.
But you're right. They do. A good coach is going to try to,
sure,
especially in college football, they're going to try to aim
because
direct
it's clear
arrows at me.
Yes, it's clear that Nebraska's got some, issues between the ears that he is still working on, which he also talked about today.
Yeah.
But that quote, I didn't see this coming. That's not something that you use as a method of deflecting, because when you say that, it implies, in my opinion, one or more of the following.
Okay.
You either don't see the faults in your own program,
which is problematic.
You fail to see the differences in good preparation versus bad preparation.
Also problematic.
You either misread, underestimated, or disrespected your opponent in scouting and preparation.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
You're ill-prepared for what your opponent does well and what weaknesses you may have. Or you don't have a good pulse you don't have the pulse of your team. Yeah. You don't understand, or you don't have a good feel for what your team is.
And it's funny,
and that's why when I heard that, it was like, wow.
Yeah.
That is some dangerous territory.
Of all of the what did you just give? 5? Was that 5?
Yeah, that was 5.
The last one, honestly, might be the easiest to stomach, though none of them are, or maybe the most palatable. None of them are great, right? But at least with that one, there's like an excuse of, you thought more about your team and you expected something different. None of them are great options, though. And I don't know which one. I don't know which of the options was this one.
And I don't. It could be one. It could be several. I don't know what it is. And by the way, I'm also not saying that because, like this anecdote from the Arizona State game, that was not said in front of an open mic.
No, and it was said behind the scenes.
It was said behind the scemes. And listen, I'm not saying Matt Rule should have said, yeah, we didn't have a great week of practice. I wasn't really happy with how we prepared in the bye week. I'm not asking him to do that. I'm just asking him not to say this.
I did not see this coming.
So in a way, you keep that to yourself. Keep that to yourself. Don't put it into a hot microphone.
It just does not make sense. Now, Rule did, because I'm not the first person to bring this up. And apparently, Rule had people out there listening. So this is from today, Nick. You've got the quote. Here was Matt Rule addressing that same subject.
I do a good job in season of just staying very locked in and not reading stuff and listening to stuff. But, Keith kind of said, like, hey, he said to me, hey, your statement of I didn't see this coming gained traction. To which I would say, and I'm just going to get your point, if I saw this coming, then you guys should all be very nervous. Like, I thought we were going to play well, and I thought we had a great bye week. And we legitimately, Sam, I'm telling you, we legitimately, worked on these things over and over. Now, sometimes, No one's going to want to hear this. Sometimes maybe they'll show up this week. Maybe they'll show up the next week. But like, these are not things we haven't done all year, all spring. You know, we got to that moment and, you know, we just didn't do the things I know we're capable of doing. And so I hate when coaches walk in after games and say, hey, that's on me. Like, but I really felt that way because like, I know what we're capable of doing and we didn't do it.
But know you were capable of doing it against what? You know? And again, maybe this all stems from when they were scouting Indiana, they didn't see it as clearly as maybe they should. That, oh wow, they really are good. It's just it just hit me very wrong. And that, so when we get to the subject a little bit later on, Josh, about confidence, that more than anything else, that more than the deficiency in run defense or whatever's going on with Dylan or the continuing, you know, comedy routine that is special teams, this
I did not see this coming.
Bothered me more than anything.
Well, how much do you think it's because you have seen something like this before, and it is another one of those, it's like a marker.
And it's just not, I'm not just talking about it from here. I've seen it with like the New York Jets. Sure. I've seen it with other organizations.
We've been watching sports long enough that we know what something is supposed to look like, and we know what something is not supposed to look like. Right. And what Saturday looked like was what you don't want it to look like.
No.
I'll be honest, man. Because unlike you, I spent a lot of my time yesterday thinking about this game. And the thing that I keep asking myself is, because during the game I'm saying a lot of the issues are fixable in the sense of it will require changes to be made. They won't make those changes in the offseason, but it will require changes to be made, right? So like that was my in-game reaction. And then the game sat with me a little bit more on Saturday. And I talked about it with people. And I thought about it some more. And then I spent yesterday doing the same thing. And the question that I now find myself asking on Monday afternoon is, if in saying those things still from Saturday, am I making the same excuses that I made in 2015 and 2016, that I made in 2018 and 2019, that I made in 2004 and 2005, that I made in all of these seasons when something doesn't look right and you just know it doesn't look right, but and I know people...
And you're trying to talk yourself into, it's going to be fine.
It's going to be fine. And I know people are going to laugh at what I'm about to say next. I am generally a more optimistic person, at least when it comes to sports. I want to be proven wrong about somebody from a negative capacity before I then go into that direction. You know, again, listen to me in 2018 and 2019. You'll hear that over and over and over. I didn't have a radio show in 2008, 9, and 10, and I didn't have one in 04 and 05, and I guess I did in 2015 and 2016. Listen to me in those years. Listen to me in 2015. Listen to me in 2016. And so that is where I find myself as someone who does give grace and that does say it is a long process. But I do know that those words ring very hollow when I say you got to give the guy time when the coach on the other side of the field is in year one. I understand that I can't say that today, and I'm not going to say it today. I'm not going to say it's okay to lose by 49. It's a part of the plan. It's not. And Rule essentially said the same thing. That a loss like Saturday is not a part of the plan. That doesn't mean that progress has to be linear, because it's not. Progress is not linear.
No.
It never has been, and it never will be. But that doesn't make Saturday morning and afternoon easy to swallow, because it shouldn't be. And so I don't know. To answer the question then that I posed to myself, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if I am finding myself in a very similar loop, or if it's just I'm seeing the same signs and I just need to like, hey, chill out. This is different, or at the very least it can be different, because obviously it can be. It can be different.
Some responses, Matt, into the Equitable Bank inbox. Most disturbing thing to me is all these great coaches with 2 weeks to prepare and a team performance like that. Andy Reid's like 22-3 after a bye. They don't have to win, but geez, this is the performance. That's a red flag. There was, and I wonder what day I put it on, because Michael Severe, someone asked him about Nebraska's record, or Rule's record, and Signetti's record
after
buys.
Or idle.
So I'm scrolling here, so pardon me. I think I put it on this particular sheet. Boy, I had a lot of stuff on. Here it is. Cignetti off a bye, straight up.
Yeah.
8-1 since 2017.
Solid.
He was 6-1 at James Madison, had a loss to Louisville in 2022. Matt Rule teams off a bye. 11 total games, 6-5. As a favorite, 6-1. As an underdog, 1-3. So Rule's teams after a bye haven't been very good.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't been very good. So, I mean, to that, maybe, I wish maybe I could have quoted that last week.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you always do this where you're like, man, you're always trying to find ways to say, well, I saw that coming or I saw that coming. I mean, we can do this all day, but it's not going to, at the end of the day, it's not going to do you any good to continue to reflect back. But there has been at least part of a trend. Sadly, though, there is another trend that needs to be addressed. And it goes back to the record against top 25 teams. And not so much that the record is now 2-21.
It's the performance in these games.
But check out the spread differential. Again, the difference between the end result and what the spread was. In Matt Rule's years at Temple, his 4 years at Temple, while they only went 2-5 against ranked teams, their spread differential was nearly 11 points to the good.
So they were very much overperforming.
They were overperforming. At Baylor, went 0-11 against ranked teams. The spread differential was pretty much a push.
Yeah.
But so far against 5 ranked opponents at Nebraska, 0-5, the spread differential is 3 touchdowns per game. 3 touchdowns per game. That's the margin to the spread.
Yeah. So it's like bet against Nebraska, and not only are you going to win, but you're not going to be stressed. It's going to be easy the whole time for you.
I mean, if you bet Indiana, the game was covered by halftime, and if you had Indiana in the over, it was covered by the end of the third quarter.
Yeah, you were feeling great. Illinois game, a little more stressful, but at the very least, they were covering the entire game. Yeah,
but remember, Nebraska was favored by 9 points. That spread closed at 9.
Oh, that's right, it did. For some reason, I thought it closed at 7.
And so basically, Nebraska got reverse covered or close to it.
Text from the 402. Coaches misread their team all the time. Play well when they don't think they have prepared well and vice versa. If you don't realize this, then you are absolutely clueless about high-level sports. Now, this texter has been texting in a few things. Seems pretty frustrated with you in particular today.
Fine. Be frustrated. That's fine.
I definitely don't think that it is that normal, or it should be okay at the very least, given how Rule talked about it both on Saturday and then today to follow up on it. I don't think that it's like oh yeah, but this happens all the time type situation.
Of course you can be surprised by things. Of course you can. But to be surprised to that level? I mean, that was an ass whooping.
Yeah.
That was not competitive.
No.
It was not competitive.
John emails in.
And a lot of the same problems that had propped up in previous regimes that were supposedly going to be fixed.
Yeah.
Propped back up.
Yeah, John emails in, Equitable Bank inbox. It is hard to give a coach time to get things figured out if the coach is not willing to make any changes. Nebraska's gotten worse each week. That means there are fundamental flaws in the program that have to be fixed. Along those lines, Scott tweets in, this was a type of performance tends to show that this isn't the guy. Coaches who are going to be long-term successful don't have games where they are not competitive. There's regression everywhere, and that isn't just a red flag. It's a siren. That was the other takeaway for me is the team does look worse. The team does look worse today than it did a month ago, let alone, the Colorado first half.
I mean,
that is inarguable.
I'm not going to give the answer because I need to think about it a little bit more, but ask yourself the question. Do they look better? Let's just say over the last 3 weeks. We won't just pick on Saturday, but let's just say, do they look better over the last 3 weeks now or the last 4 weeks of last season?
Do they look?
Compare, how have they looked? Well, we'll just go 4 for 4.
Yeah.
The last 4 weeks of this year. So you're talking Illinois, Purdue,
Rutgers,
and
then Indiana
versus the last 4 games of last season. Which team looks better?
it's a push. I don't know. I mean, neither look very good. Right? I guess that last year's did because they weren't getting stomped. You know,
They didn't get stomped, but they were a couple of mistakes away.
Yeah.
As I said, they were 63 plays away against Indiana on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
That's how many plays Indiana ran. So, again, that's why I hate losses. Games like this, because it makes you question everything.
It does. It does.
It makes you question everything. But there are some other areas that had been trending in this direction where you're like, it kind of shines more of a light on them. The gross deficiency in the run game, the horrific special teams. And then we got a question about the wide receivers.
Yeah, and they've been trending in this way throughout the year, in that like they can't get open and they can't get separation, and then when nothing is going right, it magnifies it. And then for the first time, you're really, you're starting to put the quarterback then under a magnifying glass and say, this is going on now for a month, and that he hasn't looked very good in any of these games lately. He has not looked good in any of these games lately.
And I don't want to. I'm not trying to build any kind of a case that it's probably about time that we get the U-Hauls out.
No, but so I am that way too. So do not hear any of this and think that. But this is what I was kind of getting at. Jordan says Saturday for me was like 2019 Colorado for Josh, where I walk away thinking this isn't going to work. And if somebody feels that way, I'm certainly not going to stop you. I think you have it very much in your right to feel that way. Saturday's game for me is about asking those big picture questions.
Absolutely.
It's about wondering where were they wrong and where was I wrong in thinking that they wouldn't be wrong? Because, I'm happy for Hurt and Husker fan and others that said that he picked 42 or 52-14. More power to you. I didn't see that coming to that degree.
No, I did not.
And so it's a performance that makes me wonder, how do they get it fixed? Can they get it fixed? And look, I mean, I'll keep saying it until I'm blue in the face. Going into the offseason, it is going to have to be we don't have the names of the coaches up there anymore. But if there was, I'd go up and circle a few of those names right now. You just mentioned one position group, wide receiver, certainly. You know that I don't like the OC. Special team, I mean, I feel like that it would be inexcusable not to do something there. And
the what?
My bad. And
yes,
offensive line.
I'm no longer angry at the special teams. It's gone beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
It's now
disappointed.
No, it's a comedy act. It's now funny.
Oh, it's like when I watch the Rockies blow it how they do.
No,
I still, by the way, have not seen the play at the 1 yard line off the kickoff. I was upstairs getting something to drink.
You never rewatched it?
I came downstairs and
I can pull it up for you.
No, I don't need to see it.
You don't want to see it?
No, I don't need to see it. Because I want it in my mind to look as I picture it in my mind, and that is high comedy.
It is fun to think about when you don't know exactly what it is. It's pretty bad.
All right, when we come back, we'll hear from Mitch Sherman, who had some questions of his own after the game on Saturday and asked a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll get his thoughts as we continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who joins us every Monday. Sadly, Mitch, after weekends like this, you have a couple of days to think about it. But I'm curious, as you were there watching the game, what was it playing back like an old bad record and the needle was just skipping?
Well, it was kind of a new record. Hadn't really seen that kind of a performance against that kind of an opponent maybe since, and I wrote this in my post-game column, Texas Tech in 2004. That was a long time ago. I know many of the people who watched on Saturday don't remember that game. You and I, John. Josh, you probably do.
Oh, yeah.
Josh, are you there?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Oh, I remember.
I did the post-game radio show that night.
You're young by comparison to us.
Yep.
20 years ago.
Yep.
20 years ago moves your meter, as it does anybody who was of age to see that. And that's the only one. Like the bad games against Wisconsin, like, you know, the Melvin Gordon game or the 2012 Big Ten championship or several games against Ohio State and Michigan, I see them as different because, and this Indiana team, I think, will probably end up with a record similar to what some of the Wisconsin teams had, but I do not think that it's that kind of a team. I think they've caught lightning in a bottle, and they had a hot quarterback, and they have a schedule, honestly, that sets them up to have a record that looks very good, but they're not talent-wise, like matchup-wise for Nebraska, anything that resembles the great Ohio State and Michigan teams that have blown out Nebraska. So I view it differently, and I wasn't having flashbacks to those games. The only thing that looked, or part of, I mean, there were things that looked similar, but part of what looks similar to those games is that every single time the ball was snapped, just about, whether it was Nebraska was on offense or on defense, it looked on the field by the way the players were moving and the intensity that they were playing with, like the opponent had the edge. Like if you had been told going into that game that there were a bunch of first round picks out on that field for Indiana, and this was a national championship caliber team, you might have believed it watching the way the game went. But I think we all know different, that this is a good Indiana team with a group that's playing better than the sum of its parts.
Mitch, you wrote after the game, question everything that you know and think you know about Nebraska football after its shocking 56-7 loss Saturday at Indiana. Question it all. Question the opponent. I wonder now, 48 hours-ish after you wrote that, what most, in your opinion, needs to be questioned at this point in time?
Well, I mean, you could break it down. It's hard to rank the things. I don't know. I think it's still more just like the overriding. I think we need to look at everything. I think, yeah, and I'm not so much questioning Tony White and the Nebraska defense, although that performance deserves to be questioned. I think they'll find some consistency in. I don't think if Nebraska were to lose out from, and I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if it did happen, I don't know that the defense is going to be the chief reason. I think that was anomaly on the defensive side, but the offense has been inconsistent enough in recent weeks when it seemingly upgraded over the offseason that I think if I wanted to single out one thing about the team, you know, more so than the program, just about the team that I was questioning, I would question the decisions that have been made on the offensive side to get us to this place where they're not playing better football and they're not positioned to play better football. Like if this isn't what works for Nebraska to rely on a drop back, having a drop back quarterback, having a quarterback who it needs to rely on to win games to drop back than 40 times, then why are we even here in this spot? Like, why wasn't the offense designed in a way that better works for the talent that's in place at Nebraska, because there's enough talent on the offensive side to do better than 21 points in the last 2 games against Rutgers and Indiana's defense.
Yeah.
So would you expect any significant changes, either maybe not this week, I'm guessing they would have been announced by now if they were to announce such a thing, or at any point in this season where we might, maybe it's a change in play calling, maybe it's a change in whatever. Are you expecting anything like that?
I wouldn't say I'm expecting it. I'm not walking into Ohio Stadium on Saturday thinking that we're going to see somebody new in the booth calling plays, and that, Marcus Satterfield is relegated to just coaching tight ends. I'm not expecting that. But if Nebraska were to do something like that and shake it up and shift up responsibilities, I don't know that we'd necessarily get an announcement ahead of the game. And I don't know that it would shock me either. Again, I'm not predicting that or saying I think it's going to happen, but you have a lot more freedom. I think this is probably something that should be considered when this kind of conversation happens. You have a lot more freedom in college football in 2024 to shift around coaching responsibilities, because instead of having just 10 who are allowed to coach, you've got unlimited number, and Nebraska's got about double that amount out on the field. So if you've got to shake it up and you've got to shift things up, you don't have to fire somebody. You can quietly, or you can loudly make an adjustment. And Matt Rule is a patient coach, and I think there are times in his career at Nebraska where people are going to love him for that, and they're going to see it as a very mature approach that is better for the Huskers in the long run. And then there are going to be times where people are going to be frustrated when they watch Oklahoma and Utah and Purdue jettison OCs after a bad week or two, while Nebraska tends to stand pat and believe in the system and believe in the people that Matt Rule has around him. So there's some give and take there on weeks like this. I think there's going to be more people out there who are wishing that he would be impatient with his decision-making process, and that's not really who he is.
Mitch, Matt Rule earlier today said, and it was funny because he wasn't even asked about him, but he mentioned in passing that Dylan Raiola, he was fine. But he did have a moment on Saturday where he got up, limped off the field, was dealing with an ankle. I was told earlier today via one of my sources that this is something now that's been lingering for a while, and it's not a new thing. John last week was asking if they should get Heinrich Harburg involved more in the quarterback run game, or in just the run game period. I wonder, as we try to find fixes for the offense that are and aren't realistic, should that be something that we're putting a little bit higher on the list of options with these final 5 games?
Yes, I think it should. Because we see what happens if you are two things. One, we see what happens if Dylan gets into a situation against a Big Ten defense. And this is a good Big Ten defense that Indiana put out there. It's not Ohio State. It's not Wisconsin. It's not Iowa. The California schools, I think Indiana's better at everything than UCLA. SC has more talent, but I don't know what kind of SC team Nebraska is going to see when it goes out there. So there's at least 3 defenses left on the schedule that are better than Indiana. And if Raiola has to drop back and throw 40 times because Nebraska doesn't have a semblance of a run game, he's going to have more than an ankle problem come the end of November. So they have to find something in the run game. And they tried 5 backs on Saturday against Indiana and didn't have success even in the second half when the score was out of hand and Indiana was playing backups. So whatever you have on your roster that can make things better with the run game to take pressure off Dylan and give him the best chance to have success, give him the best chance to have a freshman season that he can really build on and take it into next year. You need to use everything at your disposal, and Heinrich is one of their better options at running the football. Now, I mean, the trap you don't want to fall into, and Rule mentioned this today too, is that you don't want it to be a situation where every time you bring him in the game, the defense knows that he's probably going to get the ball and run. So that means you're probably going to have to mix it up, and have him throw a pass. Wouldn't be surprised at all whether it's this week and maybe it's not this week against Ohio State because you'd rather do it in a game you have a better chance to win. But to have him throw a pass or a couple of passes out of some kind of a set, or even come in and play quarterback for a play and throw a pass instead of running the ball. I think that's going to have to be something that they do just so they can keep defenses honest, because I do think that they need to get him involved. Like, he should probably have 10 touches a game. That's maybe overstated. That's maybe a little high. If the Huskers are only snapping it 55 or 60 times, it is too high if that's the case. But if they can get their offensive snap count up toward like 70, 75, and Heinrich can have like 10% of those, I don't think that's too many.
Well, the good news was it was the second most number of plays run this year by the offense. Only second to UTEP's 83. They did run 75 plays.
That's a lot. Yeah, they won the time of possession battle. So
yay,
there you go.
Woo-hoo.
I probably should have written about that.
Yeah, probably. Mitch Sherman joining us from The Athletic. How much did we overrate Nebraska's wide receiver core?
Well, quite a bit, it seems, if you want to base it on recent games. I'm not like writing off the transfers that Nebraska got at receiver. I still think that we've seen Isaiah Nair and Jamal Banks do good things this year, but hasn't shown up recently. Banks is showing up mostly when he's struggling with the perimeter blocking, which is clearly not a strength of his. It seems that Big Ten defenses have kind of figured out what to do with them. And, it's not all on those guys. Like, some of it, you got to be able to create separations and win one-on-one matchups. But teams, it's not like teams are selling out to stop the run against Nebraska. Nebraska's run isn't working when teams are playing one high or two high safeties. Like, teams are giving Nebraska opportunities to run. And if Nebraska offensively can get it back to make one player miss, then they're going to break some runs. But as Rule's now said several times, that one, and we've seen it, that one defender is almost always making the tackle. So teams see that on film. They put their safeties back. Nebraska's big receivers go out and run routes. And if they can win a route against a corner and the throw comes, there's probably a safety sitting there over the top. So some of this is on the receivers. Some of it, I think, is on the backs too, because they've got to be able to break plays and make players miss in the run game. So it's, like most things with offensive football, it's not, if one position group or one player looks like they're not getting it done, usually it involves a series of players on the offensive side. And I think that's some of what we're seeing with the receiver core. Like, I still think it's considerably better than a year ago, but they're not producing like it right now. There's no doubt about that.
Mitch, how concerning is the defense moving forward? Obviously, Ohio State's going to be its own beast, but after that, in theory, they're not going to be playing many offenses or any offenses that can do what the Buckeyes and the Hoosiers do. And so, like, I know that they gave up 56. We spent 12, 13 minutes now talking about mainly the offense. Is that like, are we taking the correct approach in this? Because I think we are. I think the offense is way more concerning than the defense, but like, there are still sirens going on that side of the ball too, right?
Yeah, didn't force a punt until there were 6 minutes left in the game. I mean, couldn't get off the field on third down. They weren't challenging Indiana receivers, or when they did challenge the Indiana receivers, that Indiana still made the plays. It was a backup quarterback in the second half. I think that was an opportunity for the defense to. The backup was not Curtis Rourke. Like, he, not his level.
Yeah.
And I think Indiana's going to struggle offensively without Rourke. Moving ahead, that's really unfortunate for the Hoosiers that he suffered that injury and is going to miss. This Washington game could be a problem for Indiana now because of what happened with Rourke. Wouldn't that be a punch in the gut of the stomach for Nebraska? And it's going to have bigger issues to worry about this Saturday. But if Washington, I believe that game's in Bloomington. If Washington goes into Bloomington and beats Indiana, wow, what that looks like for Nebraska. But the defense is a concern for sure. It's just not a concern on the same level of the offense. Like, I have faith that Tony White is going to get that figured out. And I think some of the things that Nebraska is asking its defensive coordinator to do this year, and they've talked about getting him out of his comfort zone and challenging him. And Tony has accepted that, and And I think he wants to do it. It's part of his progression as a coach. It's part of what's going to make him a head coach at some point, is that he's comfortable doing lots of things. But I also think that in a game like against an opponent like Nebraska faced on Saturday, where they got on a roll and then just like put the accelerator to the floor, it's a little more difficult for him to come up with the kind of adjustments that he wants to use, because he's running some things that he's just not quite as comfortable with. Like if he's just in his 3-3-5 doing all the stuff that he's done for his entire career, I think he knows what to do in certain situations when there's trouble, and it's maybe a little bit tougher of a task in this moment.
Mitch, how did the "I didn't see this coming" quote land with you? It was enough that, Rule even acknowledged that it had gained some traction and had folks talking to him about it today. So he tried to explain it today. How did it overall land with you?
Well, yeah, he just kind of shrugged it off today and said, if I did see it coming, then there's a lot of problems. Like he said then you've all got problems or something like that. I think he meant, I wrote about this. It'll be in the Athletic up here this afternoon, and kind of breaking down Rule's words today at the press conference. But I think he was addressing Husker Nation at large there. Like I don't know that we have any problems in the room among the media, but if he did see that coming, but whatever. In the moment when I heard it on Saturday, I was a little taken aback. Like, oh, you didn't have any kind of inkling like that the team wasn't playing or wasn't prepared to play all that well. I mean, I've seen it. I thought that I had seen signs of some problems since the Colorado game. Like there hasn't been a game since then in the 4 that we saw after Colorado. 3 wins and a loss. There wasn't one of those games where Nebraska played a complete game. And Illinois is turning out to be a good team, but there were the 3 games that Nebraska lost or won in that stretch. There's not a great team. There's a couple of teams that Nebraska should overwhelm in Purdue and Northern Iowa, and then Rutgers played tough against Nebraska. But look at Rutgers now, and I think Nebraska should have won that game by more than 7 points. So, I mean, yeah, you won those games, but like, hey. That doesn't mean that all's well. Sometimes your record can mask some things, and that's kind of what it looked like was happening with Nebraska. And I guess I was a little surprised that Rule didn't kind of reference that and say, well, we hadn't played great football, even though we were 5-1. So while no one saw 56-7 coming, the fact that he said he thought Nebraska was going to play great against Indiana, to me, he sees more of them than I do, way more of them. To me, it's like, well, that was based on what? Was that based on the first half against Colorado? I mean, obviously not. That was a long time ago. So I'm curious. Like, they've been practicing great. Rule's the guy who says practicing great. All it does is give you the opportunity to play well, and they haven't played a great game at any point this year, other than the first half against Colorado.
Mitch, what did you make of the players and their years with Nebraska in terms of the ones who spoke after the game on Saturday?
Well, they wanted to get out of there, and I think Rule even said it after the game that he hoped there wouldn't be a lot said. I think he recognized that there wasn't a lot of good that could come out of anyone saying a whole lot. So Dylan is basically in a position where they're going to have him talk every game as long as he's healthy and not in the training room. And then I think they just grabbed 2 guys who were available. One had come out of the locker room, and 2 they felt weren't going to pop off in any kind of a way. It's interesting, yes, that none of this. There's 19 seniors on this team. I think there's maybe 17 or 18 of them were on this trip, and that none of them were given the opportunity or to address this publicly. We'll hear from some of those guys tomorrow on Tuesday. Some of them, I think, were willing to do interviews. When they came out of the locker room, there were seniors who were approached, and they were going to talk. They were going to go on camera, and there were Nebraska staffers who were there saying, "Nope, we got to go, and they were waving them onto the bus. So I'm not going to necessarily say that those players were shucking responsibility. I don't see it like that at all.
Are you going to Columbus?
Unless I'm told otherwise in the next few days, yeah. That's my plan.
Do you want to go to Columbus? I'm sorry.
So I've only been there once for a football game, and
Okay.
that was the COVID game in 2020. So that does not count.
No,
it
you're
was
right.
an empty stadium. I parked right next to the ticket office, which was closed. And I'm looking forward to experiencing the game day environment there. And I mean, part of me from the Nebraska perspective says, well, you kind of got to go and like people are interested when if things are going really, really poorly. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But like if Nebraska was like piddling along and had lost this game at Indiana like 24-17. To me, this Ohio State game might be less interesting because now you in this situation now, you really want to see something about the character of this team. Like, are they going to come out and lay down against Ohio State? Are they going to pack it in from a strategic standpoint and just try to extend, Rule talk today about how he didn't want to show any kind of signs of weakness in the second half against Indiana. And maybe the score probably got more out of hand than it needed to because he wanted to just continue to push and put his players in hard positions. Are they going to do that against Ohio State if the game takes a similar path? So, I think it's worthwhile to see it and it's worthwhile to document it. And you always get a lot better perspective of things being at the game and being around the players and coaches than back at home. But yeah, I mean, there comes a point where you have to ask that question, and we'll see where this season goes. I hope I'm there for every one of them.
We do too. I just was curious where your thoughts were.
He covers the team, John. Of course he's going. What a weird question. Classic media.
I think it's a legit question, and it's something that I thought about. I thought about it, on the trip home from Bloomington.
Mitch Sherman, The Athletic. Mitch, thanks, and have safe travels this week, and we'll talk to you next Monday.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Mitch.
Your turn, 402-951-1620. Let's listen to the piece.
Yeah, we got a lot of emails, a lot of tweets.
We got a lot of emails, a lot of tweets. We,
texts.
Normally, people don't like to call in and talk anymore, but I'm sure.
Oh, here we go.
But no,
Get
they
off the
don't. They
soapbox.
don't. That's not the soapbox. I'm just saying.
You're making it about you.
No, I'm not making it about me.
I remember 1980, people called on phones.
They would use the
You
payphone.
know what happened in 1980?
They
Nebraska
won.
were beating teams 56-7,
19
not losing 56-7.
You think someone your age in 1980 was like,
Back in my day, we went over to their houses and spoke to them face to face.
No one did that.
oh, okay, interesting.
They were too busy being a working man
Things
or
were
working
better
woman.
when we had payphones.
I liked it when I could just sit in their living room for 4 hours and talk.
No, it was never like that.
When was the last time you used a payphone to call a radio show, John?
I've never used a payphone to call a radio show. No, I take that back.
Oh,
I can't remember if I had a cell phone at that point. I may have done a guest spot on this show from a payphone. I don't remember. 402-951-1620. We will be back. I understand that it is raining in Lincoln.
Is that good? Has it not been raining?
That is actually a good thing, but maybe it's a sign that that Ed Weir is crying.
Also, when we come back,
my track! You ruined my track.
We'll begin with
a 56-7.
We'll begin with a sports flash that is probably going to make John smile.
Wow.
So stay tuned for that.
Oh, finally, they're going to contract the Cowboys out of the
No,
NFL.
they're playing on Sunday Night Football this week, John. Ba 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 ba.
More like-
Da-na-na-na-na-na. No, that's not how it goes.
16-20 the zone.
Sports Flash.
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct Sports Flash update.
Sports Flash.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. I already told the folks it was raining in Lincoln.
Brandon Ayuk tore his ACL and MCL.
Okay, now wait a minute. You said I was going to be happy about this. That's not. Well, I already knew he was hurt.
So you're already happy. My bad. I apologize.
No, I'm not happy that he's hurt. Actually, what I am is. Listen, this is going to put
Thank God he got paid.
All the pressure on Seattle now. If they don't win, this will be the biggest failure in that franchise's garbage history.
Wait, what about the time where they didn't hand the ball off?
That was pretty bad, too.
That was a failure.
But this would be worse. I mean, this division is literally being handed to that woe-begone garbage franchise on a silver platter. The Rams, they got injuries. The 49ers, everybody's
the Cardinals,
injured.
They're good.
The Cardinals, as long as Kyler Murray is playing, they're never – I mean, he'll do some great, exciting things. They'll never win.
COD comes out this week.
Uh-oh. By the way, now, if you missed it, I did say MCL and ACL. Ian Rappaport says his season is over, obviously. With a long road back for 2025. So concerns about, just given it's happening on October 21st and that it was both of those. Thank God the man got paid. Good for him to get paid.
Yes, he did get paid.
John's not happy about this ACL injury or any ACL injury in the NFL. John's
I don't want to see people get hurt. Not here to see people get hurt physically.
No.
Mentally. Just mentally.
This week's Zone Deal is for Stories Coffee Company.
Oh, I love coffee, and I love stories.
And they've got the premium coffee roasted on site. They also have teas, smoothies, breakfast, and lunch. Craft beers on tap, delicious wines, and you can get $5 $10 vouchers for only $25. They go on sale this Friday at 9.
Wow,
1620thezone.com. And Nick has vouchers to give away this week.
What? Nick, how are you giving those away?
We're going to have to find out.
You'll find out.
Okay. Ominous, more than a tease.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right, let's chat with the folks.
I love chatting.
Let's chat with the people, the friends of the Grum. Here's Dan on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Good afternoon, Dan.
Let's chat with the people.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Dan.
Yep.
So I guess my question for you, you wise gentlemen, is okay. So if we're looking at the offense overall, and we're kind of seeing a slight, regression since the Colorado game. Do you think, or actually on both sides of the ball, I feel like things have stagnated. Mm-hmm. How much of it do you think is between the ears, and maybe not just so much about X's and O's? And if anything can be done to fix what's going on between the ears on both sides of the ball. So I'll hang up and listen to what you guys have to say.
I'll be honest. I understand the question. I also hate the question because I don't like that is something that is just so hard to define. Did Saturday unfold like it did because they are mentally weak? I mean, I guess I did call them soft earlier, so maybe
I don't think losses like that can happen
unless you're not unless you are mentally
unless
weak.
You've got some unless there's they mentally beat you. There's no question that team was mentally beaten.
Yeah.
And I know Matt Rule, he said, we were still trying. I didn't see any problems with the effort. It's human nature. When you're getting crushed like that you just, you're not going to be all the way there. So there's no doubt in my mind there are some mental issues, but there are physical as well. You've got a group of receivers that can't get open. You have a quarterback who is, I think, lost some confidence in some of those receivers.
And I hit on this earlier, too. He is definitely hurt right now.
And he's hurt.
He's hurt right now. I was told earlier today he got banged up in a practice last month, re-aggravated it against Rutgers. And because, I hope that people hear this and don't think, oh, you're just trying to make excuses. No one touched him when he hurt his ankle.
No.
And that limp, that was not he just rolled. No, that was something's going on with that ankle.
Mm-hmm.
It was his right ankle.
Mm-hmm.
That's his plant foot.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he's going to throw the ball. And, I mean, it does help explain why they're not going downfield at all. And I think part of this too is how they're being covered and how the defenses are playing them. But he is hurt, and you're good to go back to the receiver point. You're also not wrong there. You are definitely not wrong about those receivers. They cannot get any separation. They cannot make plays.
I mean, it was to the point where there were plays where the ball was only going to go to one place. And yeah, sometimes that works.
Yeah, the librarian.
But Thomas Fidone was the only guy that it seemed like either Dylan was comfortable throwing to or had anything going with. But the numbers speak for themselves.
Yeah.
These receivers, and it's not just, I'm not trying to say that Banks and Dayor and the rest of the group, I did like the way they were trying to use Jalen Lloyd instead of just saying, Jalen, run as far as you can. We'll
yeah, they did different routes.
I did like that.
Yeah, for sure.
The times where I saw it, but it is clear that there are some, and I'll count myself in this bunch, overestimated the ability of this group.
Well, it's funny because you were very slow to join me in the receiver conversation. I was way wrong on those guys. And I think that is now starting to show itself in like the worst possible ways. And again, that's why, as bad as the defense was, and they were bad, I still leave this game and I wonder how they score. Because if you can't run the ball against these teams, how do you score points? Forget about Saturday. How do you score? How do you find a way to score enough against UCLA? It can be done. They did it against Rutgers, and they do have a defense that I think can be competent still. Like, I am not going to erase all the other, because a lot of the criticism is, yeah, but this is what happens when Tony White's defense faces good offenses. Well, okay, I'll meet you halfway and say, isn't it nice then that Nebraska doesn't have to play many of these, more this year? After Ohio State, on paper, they will not see offenses like this anymore. They won't. Iowa just lost to Michigan State.
Though UCLA put up, 38 on Rutgers?
Yeah, they
the
put
same
up a
team
lot
Nebraska scored 14 on?
Yeah, for sure. Hey, 100%.
Brandon Vogel wrote something in his column today on the counter read. The Huskers have scored more than 30 points against a power conference opponent once in 15 games under this staff. Yeah. The most the defense has allowed in a win under Rule, any win, is 14. Basically, if the defense isn't top 10 good, this team, as currently constructed, hasn't won. To which Stu Manji, our fine friend of the Grum and great statistician, the Stu Manji Sports Bureau, wrote, Nebraska's offense is averaging just 14.6 points per game in non-garbage time versus Power 4 teams under Rule.
That's
and the most, twice they have scored 24. But a lot of 10s and 7s and 17s. The offense by itself has yet to top 24 points in any of the 15 games.
And make sure you hear that part properly. The offense itself, because you're saying, well, Colorado. No, there was a defensive score. There was the pick six in there. So 24. They scored 24 versus Illinois in the loss earlier this year. I'm trying to remember what was the other game where they scored 24 points
against a Power 4
power defense. Was it Purdue last year, because they scored 31 and one of them was on a punt block? So did they score 24 in the game?
Was it a punt block or was it a
kick block?
It was a kick block. It was a place kick block.
Yeah.
Here is Don. Hi, Don. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Hey, guys. So I guess I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are. I haven't really listened to any interviews that Dannon has given, but I'm sure a lot of folks are in his ear right now, at least in some respect. He definitely knows. He's smart enough to have an ear to the pulse of what's going on outside his office. But I mean, Satterfield's getting paid what I see, $1.4 million a year, and I'm no X's and O's expert, but I mean, Schaefer posted on Twitter the other day during the game, everything just seems clunky, and I know it sounds like just like an echo chamber of us saying that, like there's just no creativity, the same thing over and over. I mean, do you think Dannon has the balls to talk to Rule at the end of the season and say, hey, something's got to happen. We need to do something different. Got to see some results or something different on the field.
So, Don, I'll be honest, man, and thanks for the call. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want Dannon to say you need to fire your offensive coordinator. I would hope.
No, that's usually a sign that things are going really, really bad. I mean, we saw that. We saw that here when Diakomania came in.
Yeah, I would want.
That was all precipitated by the athletic director.
I would hope that Matt Rule would reach that on his own.
He needs to reach that conclusion on his own.
He needs to reach all the conclusions on his own.
Sure.
Lease, as I've said it a ton, I'll stick with it. Satterfield is our Brian Ferentz, but worse. Zach emails in lucky for Satterfield. He doesn't have to hit Brian Ferentz's metrics from last season. Again, like that is what they have become. They have become the offense. They've become a program, going back to those stats. If they don't get top 10 performances on defense, they can't win football games against power competition. And that is not what you wanted. Not what you wanted at all.
Well, not when you have a 5-star quarterback.
No. Michael writes in on the text machine, here's the problem. The media needs to grow a backbone and really lay into the program and culture as a whole. This is almost a 10-year-long debacle. Everyone in the media is so nice, so optimistic about the program. Well, if they do this
nice today.
Or improve here, look, these are paid players. They want to be paid like professionals. They need to get treated like professionals then. They're getting the check and laying a duck at the same time. Let them have it. Let's see. If we all we do is cuddle them year after year, it's never going to change. I don't know. One media member that actually goes hard and critical of them and the choices they make for 10 years to the level of our cry that reaches them. John Bishop is the only one who tells it like it is and not afraid to. And he says,
did I write this
Jar
one?
Jar John.
Did I write
is this
this one?
Star Wars fiend that texts you? You're the only one who tells the truth? Well, I thought I was a truth teller. That's frustrating.
I tell the truth sometimes.
You don't.
Well, listen, I don't. I am never going to confuse this media market with New York City or Philadelphia or any of the big. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
It is different here, but I think there are plenty of folks when things are going wrong that will say, "Hey, things are going wrong." We just do it in a different way.
Yeah, that was a trash fire of a performance on Saturday. I feel like we have been extra critical today.
Very critical.
In a very much a warranting way.
Very critical.
You know, I don't know how many times I can say like, see, and here's what it is for me. A game like Saturday is often so much less about the nitty-gritty. And now, I'll be honest. So I'm not expecting a whole lot to happen in the good category in the next 5 games. I don't think it's going to happen because I don't think the offense is going to be good enough. I think that they will scratch and claw their way to 6, maybe 7 wins, and then the offseason will arrive. And that is when I am most intrigued now to see what happens, because there will have to be decisions that are made if you want to talk about the trajectory of the program. You just mentioned it. They have a 5-star quarterback. I have to imagine they're paying him a lot of money. They have to do everything in their power to surround him, and you should want to do it anyway. Surround the offense with good players and good coaches. I'm so tired of watching this program say all that they do about the money that they have and the fan base that they have. They make Big Ten money.
Mm-hmm.
And I never, ever, ever feel like I'm watching and covering this program that takes itself as seriously as they should, given all of the money that they have coming in. I'm so tired. And look, Satterfield is not a former credit union employee who was pulled out of that industry to be an OC. I don't think he was a good hire, and I said as much on day one. I want this place to take itself seriously in that regard.
And by the way, taking itself seriously, you can, I mean, he's getting top 10 coordinator
They're
money.
paying the money.
But just because you pay somebody that much doesn't mean they're actually good at their job or worth that much.
Yeah, and look, I was someone, and I will cop to this, and I think that I'm wrong. I thought that the Garrett McGuire hire was inspired. I thought it was interesting, and I thought that guy was going to lead to better things for himself and the program. The wide receivers.
This is not a training ground job, folks.
The recruiting has been meh. The coaching, I mean, again, I feel like we have watched these guys. Go look at Jamal Banks' numbers. Go look at what he did at Wake Forest. Is he a burner? No. But he's better than he has performed this year. He is a better wide receiver than he has performed in 2024. And it's like that stuff is incredibly disappointing. And that's not even to mention the reason that they are so bad on offense, I think in our opinion collectively, is they have no run game. Again, that last year it was fool's gold and they relied on the quarterback run game to really help them along. They don't have a quarterback run game, which I don't care about. If you don't want to have a quarterback run game, that's fine. It's 2024. You don't need it. I'm not going to force that upon you. But if you don't, you better well damn have some running backs and an offensive line that can get some freaking push and pick up yards. And like Happer said earlier, break a damn tackle. They don't break tackles at all.
Don't. They go down pretty easy. They go down pretty easy. 402-951-1620. More room for you coming up. We still have the
what do we have?
Scarlet and Cream.
Do you have your numbers too? Are we doing the numbers thing?
Oh yeah, we got the numbers.
The remember the yards per play stat that we have been like.
Oh no,
we're done with that one. We're
back with more in a minute. 1620 The Zone. I'm just glad I got that
I got mine in earlier.
application of Rain-X on the windshield.
Oh, nice.
I love Rain-X.
Rain-X is the best.
I like the
man.
Rain-X wiper, so it applies it when you wipe it.
Yeah,
Those
I
are
just
great.
have the little squirt bottle, and I just reapply it every once a year.
Yeah, you
and
just
it
got a
works
squirter
great.
on.
And it's like wax. It just beads up and it rolls off.
Wax
It's
mannequin.
incredible.
There's times I'm driving down the road and it's raining. I look over at the car next to me and the windshield wipers are going like this, they're going crazy. And mine are like one of those intermittent every 20 seconds things because the Rain-X. John Bishop here for Rain-X.
Yeah, you should become an endorsement.
I should. Rain-X,
Pitchman.
give me money. 402-951-1620. Here is Jeff. Hi, Jeff.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, man.
Let's get some rain.
It is. It's raining in Lincoln right now. The wife said it's pouring.
Send it this way. So
I think it's on its way.
one thing I always hate is that I don't think we give the team that beats us enough credit, meaning that we lost to a really good team. And Indiana's going to win a lot more games the rest of the season.
Yes.
But my thing is this just how long is that going to last? I mean, Zanetti brought in a bunch of transfers. Is he this is a one shot? Is he going to build a resume and hope to be gone in 2 to 3 years at something better? Versus what's it take to build something that you can sustain? And what I mean by that is 3 years now in a row, when our win total comes out, I've been looking at it going, Jesus, that's way too high. And I put money on the under. This will be the 3rd year in a row now. I'll probably cash it out. And I'm starting to lose track of things I can buy with the money I make.
Wow. Well, congrats, Jeff. Appreciate the call. By the way, I mean, remember, this was the program that was giving Indiana apparently too much credit last week.
Yeah, now we're not giving them enough credit.
Yeah, just know this. The credit to Indiana is implied.
It's just we are a Nebraska show, and so when they lose,
Yeah.
we like to talk about it from the Nebraska
Yeah,
angle.
I
think Indiana's awesome. I hope that Rourke is healthy moving
it
forward.
would be a bummer if he,
if they're going to lose, I want them to lose on their own merits and not because they had a backup
Yeah.
quarterback in. Like, that's not fun. But I also don't have the vitriol towards them like Jack Mitchell does, or many of the other people.
And by the way, I would like Signetti to hang around for a while. He seems like the kind of guy that you could really just like, oh, I hate that guy.
Yeah, he's very
like a Bill McCartney. Oh,
is he
man,
the
that
new
guy
PJ?
makes me mad.
He could be a PJ, yeah. I think it's very interesting what's happening. I'm not going to make any prediction on if he's going to be good or bad for years to come. Think of, John, 3 years ago at this time when Michigan State was off to a 8-0 starter or whatever under Mel Tucker, and we're like, whoa, look at Michigan State, they're back. And now that guy's unemployed because he was, yanking his stuff on the telephone.
Yeah, he's doing things he shouldn't be doing on
also,
the telephone.
they were bad on the field after that anyway. So it's like,
yes, they were.
We'll see what happens with him. At the very least, he is very much a winner, and he has proven that many times over. So we'll see. Sad Husker fan writes, I'm tired of hearing about Indiana. No worries. We're talking about Nebraska today, not anymore Indiana.
You want us to talk about Indiana. Here's Andy. Hi, Andy. Thanks for waiting. Andy didn't wait long enough.
Hurtin Husker fan says, yeah, but you guys made up that hypothetical fan complaint last week. I didn't hear that from people. What hypothetical fan? The one who was saying that we were hyping him up too much? John. Oh, wait. You know what? This is a reminder. I got a calendar invite today at 2:00. We forgot to talk about it during the crossover from Nick Grimm. Yeah. John and I got a call from a listener on Monday, October 14th, claiming we were too hyped on Indiana and that Indiana hasn't faced a defense like Nebraska's yet this season. Then goes on to claim Nebraska beats Indiana by 13 points.
That was listeners Grant and Ethan.
Yeah, so they existed because they called into the show last week.
Yes.
They called into the show in the happy hour.
Guess what? The good news is I'm not going to have to give you a whole lot of numbers to tell you about how good this week's opponent is.
Yeah, don't have to do that.
Jeff is next on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going?
Fine.
Yeah, I think Satterfield, there's times where it just looks like a high school offense. Like it's, everyone's kind of just got their spots to line up and you're going to run a post or an out or, it just doesn't look like the offense you would have with a 6'5", 275-pound tight end and a burner like Barney and a 5-star quarterback. And more of a question, I think, for you guys is like, so where's the optimism? Like, what can we be hopeful for in the next, couple of weeks here?
Great question.
Oh, Jeff, I don't know.
Then it'll
man.
be over. Hey, the
Yeah,
best
but
part about the Ohio
there's still
State game is
3 games after the next 2 games.
That's true. That's true.
And I'm trying. I'm
not gonna
really
look,
trying.
I'm not going to go into the UCLA game saying that all is lost. I think that they
well,
will.
we haven't seen Saturday yet.
Yeah, I know. But look, if Ohio State beats them by 30, does that change my opinion on Nebraska, UCLA? No, it doesn't. And UCLA doesn't play this week. So my opinion on UCLA.
Well, that's another thing that's concerning because they get an extra week to prepare.
Yeah, but nothing can happen this week. I'm I'll put this on the list. Nothing can happen against Ohio State that will change my opinion on Nebraska to the negative. What could happen?
I am staying away from that.
A meteor coming down and just hitting their sideline?
I have learned my lesson.
Okay.
There's always more. I'll give Matt Rule credit for this.
Didn't say it was rock bottom.
At least he didn't call it rock bottom.
He did not call it rock bottom.
Because if he would have, I would have run his ass out of town.
He did not call it rock bottom. That's true. He did not call it rock
But
bottom.
I have learned my lesson that it can always get worse. Yes, we're expecting it to get worse.
Yeah.
Because it is
you're
Ohio
expecting
State.
it to get worse than you're expecting.
I'm not expecting it, but I'm also not going to assume it can't happen because it can happen. As bad as it looked on Saturday, what happens if Ohio State puts up like a 28 burger in the first quarter?
That'd be bad.
And the team just quits.
That would be bad.
But
in terms of looking for optimism beyond Saturday, which again is the conversation we're talking about, man, I asked the question, and how about Mitch's answer as quickly as he gave it about Heinrich Harburg? And then he says maybe upwards of 10 plays a game that he should, or 10 touches a game. And so I took that to mean carry/passes a game. Receptions, I guess, too, if you want to throw that in there as well. Sadly, I think very quickly that has become a very, very real discussion. You were on it first, and I think you're right.
It needed to be because it was obvious this run game was not going to be able to provide enough support. And now that you have a quarterback who is obviously affected by the injury, I mean, Joel Klatt pointed it out when he was, he got hurt throwing off of his foot. I mean, it's something that's affected him to the point where his passes are wobbling like late stage Peyton Manning.
Yeah, seriously.
And it's like, ooh,
and it makes so much sense now.
How are you going to get the ball to the receivers?
Re-injured it in the Rutgers game. It's giving him problems pushing off. And if you're hearing that and say that's an excuse, fine. But I mean, for all of the ills of the offense in the last month now, or at least in the one on Saturday, the guy could throw the ball, and now he's indecisive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at how many completions, John, he had that were just, at behind or barely beyond the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it was a lot of dink and dunk.
What was his total pass attempts per yards? I mean, it was paltry if you're running the ball in terms of yards per attempt. And that's what he was getting through the air. Not great. Not great.
The K Ford update.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Nebraska took it in the shorts here, too. The win total is down to 6.4, down from 7 last week. This is the first time it's been under 7.
Man.
Last week at this time, Nebraska still had a 24% chance of 8 wins. Now it's down to 10%. The 7 wins are down from 37 to 33, while the 6 wins have skyrocketed from 26 to 41. And even the chances of losing out, which would cause some people in this room to eat raw tomatoes while wearing a MAGA hat.
Just a tomato.
Notice he complained about the tomato, plural, but not the MAGA hat. Has gone from 5 to 15%. But the new category that we learned about last week when Kelly was on the show, down in the lower right-hand corner.
Oh, no, this is even worse.
So Nebraska's change in power ranking from last week to this week.
See, and this is where the story is told. Are they regressing?
Yes.
The answer is definitively yes.
It was the worst hit to any team's power ranking of the 134 teams that played FBS college football. But in the last 2 weeks...
Hey, it's not the worst.
It's 132nd in the last month.
Yeah.
It's dropped by more than a field goal. It's 115th.
Wow.
And from the start of the season, it's down 3.7, which is
Wild.
99th in the country. The team is regressing.
Yeah, big time. And a month
And
ago,
the numbers agree.
by the way, a month ago yesterday is the Illinois game.
Yeah.
September the 20th.
And remember how high things were before that game? How excited things were before that
I was so
game?
excited for that game. You and I were doing bigger reaction. Instead, we turned into truck drivers.
We did.
You did.
The win percentage, by the way, it's down. It's basically according to Kelly's definition, the UCLA game is now a coin flip.
God.
It's a 63% chance. Ohio State, a 2% chance. I'm surprised it's that high. USC 17, Wisconsin 32, Iowa 27.
Not great. Josh says, so Dylan was hurt, but he still threw the ball 8 of our 9 first plays. Indeed it was.
Indeed it was.
Yeah, text coming in. Even with Dylan Ryle's injury, the bigger issue is the play calling. Dylan Ryle is hurt, and Sat still throws it 44 times. First 8 of 11 plays were pass plays. No commitment to try and establish the run. Rule needs to turn over play calling to Glenn Thomas this week.
I would say this, though, and I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong, but you have 2 options to do with the football. You can run it or you can throw it. Which one does Nebraska do well?
You know, guys.
Neither.
I think everyone's kind of depressed.
Yeah?
You know what makes some people not depressed? What makes some people not depressed?
They can make fun of your speaking.
They can. Or they can have some delicious coffee.
Oh!
Or tea.
I do love coffee.
We have $50 worth of vouchers.
Oh my gosh, you can buy a lot of coffee for $50.
Or tea.
Or tea. Or they have breakfast and lunch as well.
I
at
love all those
Stories.
things.
They have a lot of different things.
They do. And you know what? Everyone's had a hard weekend. I'm going to make it easy.
I think, you know what we should do?
What should we do?
I think we should honor somebody who wins. Somebody who wins a lot.
Who's that?
The Dodgers?
Did you know?
Shohei, congrats on winning the Stories Coffee gift certificate.
Did you know that yesterday Sean McVay tied John Robinson for the most coaching wins in Rams franchise history? We should
John Robinson had more than Mike Martz?
Mike Martz was only the coach for like 3 years. Robinson was there for
Was he really?
Yeah, he wasn't there that long.
What? Are you
It
sure?
was about 3 or 4 years. And remember, Martz had basically 2 good seasons, and then the rest were like,
I guess that's true. No, I mean, really?
Yeah, he wasn't there that long.
6 years. Yeah, 6. Well, 5 years and then a tiny bit more. He went to the playoffs 4 times. He was at or above 500. I guess he went 7
But this is Sean McVay.
I know. I'm just surprised.
The greatest
Anyway,
coach in Rams history.
Anyway.
Maybe we should just take caller 72 in honor of all of
Oh, that's a great idea.
Or we can take caller 3 because
Caller 3.
everybody should be taking
Oh,
it easy
as in
today.
the 3 points the Rams should have had yesterday, but their field goal kicker sucks.
Chasing 3.
I did see a funny tweet this
Chasing
weekend
49.
Nice.
that next year's series will be called Chasing 40.
402-951-1620. Be caller 3.
There you go.
Win
Perfect.
vouchers.
And
Nice.
win vouchers. $50 worth of vouchers from Stories Coffee.
Nice.
Do we have a version of the happy hour theme that honors
Uh-oh.
49-point losses?
Oh, find out next.
1620 the zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Hey, we're about to get some rain, some badly needed rain. The happy hour is on the air. Apparently, Nick here rooting for drought. Ugh.
You know what?
No.
You can't say that the place is apathetic. You can't say that. The positive boys.
No, you're right. But man, how much more is it going to take? How much more is it going to take? As much as I would like to think that people of this state have the kind of fortitude that no other place, no other people from no other province has, and that's an undying loyalty. It's human nature at some point where you're like, once upon a time, they'd get maybe 4,000 fans show up to a mid-July Cubs game because they were so bad.
Yeah.
And they were disappointed them so many times.
Yeah.
I mean, people do, just now maybe it's different now. It's still the place to be seen. People will still show up. But man, how much more will folks take before they decide, I got better things to do with my time? And I don't want to make it sound like all hope is lost and it'll never get good again. But days like Saturday are reminders that there are a lot of demons. There are a lot of demons.
A lot of demons
that folks are still chasing. And it doesn't matter what new players you bring in or what new coaches you bring in. We keep seeing similar results. I've used the analogy many times with some institutions that's too big to succeed. I've said that about Texas. Hey, look at Texas. I said they weren't going to lose another game, but they were going to win every game by double digits.
Hey,
and they lost.
the game was decided by double digits.
Yeah,
so.
the wrong way.
Yeah, you were right.
But sometimes there are programs that are too big to succeed. They get in their own way. And I'm wondering if there's some element of that going on here. Not that it's too big to succeed. But, man, Saturday was just a cold water shower.
It was.
A cold water shower.
Scott says 5-2 and John's pushing apathy. No, we're saying there's not apathy. Look at all the reaction.
There's not apathy.
Non-stop reaction today. People care.
All I'm asking is how many more of these types of losses is it going to take?
I know.
Right?
I know.
Because if you don't think for 1 minute, 5-7 is on the table, friends. It is on the table. Look at how they have performed the last month. 5-7 is on the table. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it is on the table. That sentiment was ridiculous to even suggest 1 week ago. And now it's not ridiculous.
And they're going to lose Saturday. And so the math will, when we do the check-in next week, the math will have a larger number.
It will certainly have a larger
number.
Even
though they only have a 2% chance to win, the number will change. Adam texts in, I'm still just mind-boggled over Saturday. How does that happen? Yeah, one of those early takeaways as I'm sitting and stewing thinking about the game was the old quote that we got many, many times at the end of the Frost era and even at the beginning of the Matt Rule era and at the end of the year one of the Matt Rule era. And that was, it's not that they lost. It's how they lost.
How they lost.
And because this one was one of those, save it to those who predicted it, but one of those out of nowhere, ass whooping, never had a chance. The game is over in the first half. They have to score on this driver. It's totally toast. That is the thing that I cannot get out of my head, is just how easy it looked. How easy it looked.
It was hot knife through butter. And listen, back in the off season, I asked a question about which game on this schedule is going to be that barometer game.
You jerk, you did.
That barometer game that's going to tell you, hey, the over's going to hit on the 7.5 wins or the under's going to hit.
And you said Indiana. And you
But
were
I didn't
right
say it because
for this
of
reason.
this.
No, you didn't.
I did not see this coming. I didn't see it coming in July. I didn't see it coming last Monday. And apparently Matt Rule didn't see it coming either.
Hey, Matt Rule, John Bishop, handshake meme. Wow.
I did not see this coming.
And
you did say that.
Now this barometer tells me, yeah, they ain't getting to 8 wins. They ain't hitting the over on 7.5.
Of course not. Definitely not.
Well, it's time for the regular Monday segment, the cream and the clear. Scarlet cream and the clear. See, it's the stuff that Barry Bonds puts on his head. The scarlet and the cream. This is where we identify the things that deserve a scarlet alert and the things that
it's Gene creaming time.
And so you have no cream. There's no creaming from John today. Low T John.
The cream is spoiled.
No, I'll give you some cream.
The cream is spoiled. I have 0 cream.
Okay, cool. You started with my cream.
I don't know why it formatted like this. I apologize.
People that said Indiana was good. Shout out to those people. I'm giving cream to myself.
Thank you for creaming me.
And to you, and most importantly, to Nick.
Oh, good Lord.
Nick, this is like one of those videos. You're just got cream all over yourself.
I'm a cream boy.
Shout out to Nick Grimm, who, did you see this? Did you hear about this?
I was here.
Not even Nick's reaction. But when you tweeted out the score the other day, Optimistic Husker responded, 16-20, lost a listener. This is ridiculous. Optimistic Husker, come back. Nick was right. We were all right. Also, Jalen Lloyd, because it wasn't just deep routes.
I mean, yeah.
I tried to get to 4, and then I was like, this is stupid. I'm going to stop.
The cream is spoiled. I have no cream this week.
No cream for John.
So
it's Gene cream.
No, this is the Scarlet now time, John. We begin with progress. Honestly, I was trying to think of what exactly I wanted to say in this segment. I would just say go back and listen to the very end of our discussion with the K-Ford numbers. Nebraska in the last week, in the last month, in the last, whatever, and the whole season now.
Is one of the worst programs in college football.
Yeah, and I've heard
in terms of where it was and where it is.
Yeah, one of the great debates that is happening online over the last few days is who would win this year's team or last year's team. The fact that I don't know the answer to that question tells me that progress, at the very least, we need to keep an eye on it as a thing that might not be going in the right
direction. Yeah, it is.
It's
definitely stagnant.
Yes, it is.
If not slipping.
Yes, 100%.
From where it was at the end of last year.
Happers Meme Guy says, John's got the vasectomy team. No cream.
No cream.
Yeah. And he adds, kudos to Jalen Lloyd on his second career game with more than 1 catch. Number 2 is Sadie. I'm not going to do the thing where I tell everyone that I was right and John was mean this offseason whenever I brought up that Satterfield's a bad OC. I will say this, though. The lack of pre-stat motion is, I talked about it with Schaefer yesterday on the Sunday side sessions. It is infuriating. Watch good teams in college football. Watch good teams in the NFL. We will see good teams tonight. A lot of good teams. This is going to be a fun night of football. The good teams have movement before the play begins. Why? Because you need the defense to try to figure out what the hell's going on. Nebraska
Also,
was always in shotgun, and they always had the receiver spread out, and there was never any movement. It was too easy to
also, it's
to
the
defend.
easiest way to identify if you're facing zone or man.
Bingo. So, I Satterfield. Third one is trust in the defense. I said this earlier. There's a part of me that's like, hey, you know what? Saturday might be rock bottom, or this Saturday could be rock bottom, but at least they're not.
You can't identify rock bottom in the moment.
I said might. But at least they won't be playing an offense of that caliber after Ohio State for the rest of the year. But, Wisconsin's figuring some stuff out. Iowa's offense is better this year. UCLA has Eric Bieniemy, and USC has Lincoln Riley. And some of those guys, Lincoln Riley is a baby. He's like a whiny baby. And he's not long for USC. And he's not going to come be Nebraska's offensive coordinator either. So don't tell me that anymore.
Man, the Nebraska USC game's looking like the head case
gosh,
bowl.
it really is. But yeah, I got some trust issues with the defense. Fourth Scarlet red zone. Shout out to Sam McEwen for this. He had it in his rewind. Opponent's red zone touchdown rate after Indiana scored touchdowns on all 7 possessions inside of NU's 20-yard line is 65%. He wrote what had been a top 20 red zone defense in terms of touchdown rate tumbled to 97th. But how about this, John? And this is why I said red zone, not offense or defense, red zone. Nebraska's own offense, 4 trips inside of the 20. They scored but 1 single time. He added for the season, Nebraska has made 28 trips into the red zone and scored 16 times. 71.43% scoring rate. Ranks 126th and last in the conference. This is Eckel. This is worse than Eckel because you're even closer now.
Yeah.
This is horrible.
This is the sad zone plus.
It is. Oh, it's sad zone multiplied is what it is. Sad zone squared. And finally, Dylan. It's been a month now, and he's hurt. He's not playing very well, and I don't really know where the help is going to come from. So even if it's not just a him problem, because it's definitely not, I don't think the help's coming this year at the very least. So all that stuff.
Well, my Scarlet starts with my biggest concern.
I did not see this coming.
And again, this raises red flags if I hear leadership talking about this, because it likely means one or more of the following. You either don't see the faults in your own program, your own organization. You fail to see the differences in good versus bad preparation. You either misread, underestimated, or disrespected your opponent in scouting and preparation. You were ill prepared for what your opponent does well and what weaknesses you may have, or you don't have a good feel for the pulse of your team. Those are not things. And I'm not saying Matt Rule needed to say, yeah, I saw this coming. I didn't think we had a good. He doesn't have to admit to anything. Sure. But he sure as hell didn't need to say this. And if he actually feels it, it scares me. Yes, you can be surprised. But when you go from being a 1-score underdog to losing by 49, and you didn't see this coming, I'm sorry, but that is a massive red flag.
Mm-hmm.
Second, where are the wide receivers? It was to the point, in fact, if you go back and look at, I can't remember which interception because sadly there were many of them. I think it was the first one of the second half, the one that got returned back up the sideline. Dylan was looking to Thomas Fidone the whole way. And I get it. Some plays are just meant to go to one place. But it just did not seem. Now, part of this could be the injury.
Yeah.
The inability to drive the ball, get the ball down the field. But there just hasn't been anything out of the wide receiver group the last month.
Mm-hmm.
And the other part is the perimeter blocking, something that Rule addressed today and said, hey, the perimeter blocking's been an issue the whole season. There was a 2-minute long video put out by Jake Butt, the former tight end, now works for the Big Ten Network.
Go Blue!
Nice game against Illinois, by the way. Where he just showed one play. It was one Indiana play. And the whole point was, look at the other 10 dudes on the field and look at what they are doing to help this one. It was just a quick swing pass out of the backfield. and all the perimeter blocking and how the number one receiver was 30 yards down the field blocking. That type of stuff, yeah, part of it's scheme, part of it's physical. But the first part of it is the want to. You got to have the want to. If the play's not coming to you and you're one of those wide receivers, one of those divas, if you don't have the want to, you're not going to make those types of plays to help your teammate. That's the first thing you have to have. And if the perimeter blocking has been an issue all season long, I don't know if the want to is there or not, but it does make you question whether it's there or not. Third one is RPO, which in terms of Nebraska's defense stands for rotten, poor, ouch.
Nice.
This was the first time Nebraska really faced a RPO-style team. They saw some of it against Illinois, but this was the first time where it was a heavier dose.
Yeah.
And this was the one thing I wish I would have focused a little more on last week.
Yeah.
Because Nebraska got stung bad.
Yeah.
And what's it going to look like this week? We already know. But what about beyond that? Wisconsin's going to do some of that.
Mm-hmm.
Iowa's going to do some of that. UCLA is going to do some of that. Nebraska's got to fix that. And then finally, Triple D. We all know that
Shriners dive-ins and dives.
Well, sure. Ed Foley, he is the Guy Fieri of Nebraska. Loves to tour the state, but in this case, we're talking about dunces, dumps, and dives.
Oh boy,
that's what these special teams has become. And well, that's why we will never
give me my theme music.
We will no longer. This is no longer something I'm angry about. It's gone beyond anger. It's now high comedy.
They began the game, John, on their first kickoff return by running out of bounds. Now, look, I know what they were trying to do. I get it. If you catch the ball while your foot is also out of bounds, you get it at the 40. But you got to be out of bounds. You have to hold the reservation.
You can now make a fair catch signal. So even if he does catch it inbounds at the 1 yard line, they still
do
get
both
the
at
fair
the same
catch.
time. Do both at the same time.
If they're angling the kick that close to the sideline, either one, let it go, or two, signal a fair catch. Or catch it while you're out of bounds. It's the same as the penalty. Who is coaching these people? I'm sorry, this is not high comedy. Now,
who's coaching these people, huh?
Now, Nebraska special teams, you only exist to amuse me.
Oh, who is our special teams
You only
coordinator?
exist to amuse me.
Huh?
I now look forward to laughing.
We love
how
laughter.
bad it is.
It's nice to laugh. We like laughter, don't we? I like how you slowed down one but sped up the other. That's
I
fun.
like that a lot.
Yeah, that's a good bit.
And that's the Scarlet and the Cream.
They stink, John. They stink. Having a bad time, John. We're having a bad time.
I love this.
Bad time. Bad time. Man, who are the poor saps that got to do overreaction on Saturday? Thank God it's not me. Woo!
No, but we get to do it after UCLA.
After they win against UC. And hey, we might be somewhere fun for that game.
But what happens if they lose?
I don't want to imagine that day, John. I would
What happens
rather
if they
not
lose?
think about it.
Because then tomato juice dripping down your chin.
Not worried.
While a MAGA hat is coiffed upon your head.
Not worried about it one iota. Put that, you know what? Get the damn eggs. They're beating UCLA and moving to 6-3 on the year. I'm going to write that down. This is the first list item of the whole month. Wow, we haven't had any since September.
This is
30th.
the weakest list item I think we've
Hell
ever
no,
added.
it's not. You keep saying they're going to lose.
No, I
I'm
didn't say
guaranteeing
they're
it.
going to lose. I didn't say they're going to lose. I'm just saying if they do,
bowl game, bowl game,
certain
bowl game, bowl game,
Yeah, but think
bowl game. Progress, progress.
Ugh.
It's gonna be great. I have a statement to read to you, John.
You have a statement.
Well, I guess a tweet there. It's not really a statement. I have a tweet to read to you, John.
When's it go from tweet to statement?
have
It's a tweet. No, but because I think this is going to be one of those. You remember when Nebraska suddenly put out a statement in 2019 that was like, "Hey, Bill Moose is normal," and a lot of the world was like, "I didn't have any questions, but I do now." I don't think John knows part of the story with this tweet as I read it to you from Pete Thamel. A report about Quinn Ewers leaving Texas for the NFL draft is not true. Per Ewers' representative, Ron Slavin. Ewers practiced today and is focused on Vanderbilt. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Well, I know he came out of the game a couple of times.
There was a
That
purported
has to be like a message board
No,
rumor that they responded to, right?
Nick, it is indeed not. If you search on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, Quinn Ewers and the numbers 2, 4, and 7, there is a post that went up on the official 24/7 Instagram, a graphic and everything. Breaking news, Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers will sit out the rest of the season to prepare for the NFL draft. This was real. This was not fake. This went out. But he is not sitting out the rest of the year.
Can he? No, I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
Maybe it's just a little premature. They got the dates wrong. They were waiting until bowl season. Maybe he's not going to play any postseason.
Well, they're going to make the playoff, though, I thought.
He won't be there.
Coming up, we mentioned the Matt Rule Confidence Index.
Yes.
Because you were asked a question over the weekend.
By my wife. Yeah.
That content, and maybe by then it looks like the rain. Look at how close that rain is.
Oh, man, I wanted to walk banks tonight.
We need the moisture.
Do we?
Yes, it hasn't rained in like
John
2
wants
months.
to be moist, Josh. Don't be weird.
And
by the way,
I want to make sure my windshield wipers work.
Severe said using Fedoni for the first time should have gotten some cream. He did
No,
have a lot of
nothing from that game deserves any
He had
cream.
almost 100 yards.
Cool.
Wow, John hates Thomas Fedoni.
56-7.
It was bad. Wow, 56-7. It sounds so horrible.
Because it was.
I mean, you're going to go to Wikipedia in some year for the 2024 season. You're going to see that score, and you're going to say, oh, man, that's right. They lost by 49. That was
It's kind of like the same way you go back to 2004 and you see 70-10.
If Indiana makes it to the championship, will that be an easier pill to swallow?
Sure.
No.
I'll say yes. If they make it to the title game,
Yeah, we lost, but look at the team we lost to.
yeah, I'd sign up for that.
No, I'm sorry. It's not. No. 16-20 the zone. As we've declared, this is like a lot of other Nebraska-Ohio State weeks. This is just like one long funeral march.
But it leads into the UCLA week, which is a dub.
No, but what in a lot of funerals, you have a lot of people from out of town coming in. What usually happens after the funeral?
Casseroles.
Bingo.
Oh.
And guess where we'll be on Friday?
Oh, Ron Colley!
At Omaha, Ron Colley. So it'll be like going to a wake.
And getting casseroles.
I can't wait.
But not getting casseroles, getting really, really, really good concession stand food from the best concession stand in the state. And Nick promises that the internet's going to work
I
this
can't
time.
wait to go there. We're going to have a great
Now,
time.
technically, the
Sleep through
funeral
it?
doesn't happen until Saturday, so it's like we're eating before, but
Hey, you got to eat before a funeral, too.
that's true.
It's
I've
important
never
to eat.
understood the post-funeral luncheon. Like,
Yeah,
we
I
just
don't know.
buried our friend. You want to grab a burger?
You're not hungry. You're not hungry?
No.
I'm always hungry.
All that crying and sobbing sure worked up an
Yeah.
appetite. Give me a bad ham sandwich.
Nah, but I mean, isn't it mainly about the booze? People like the booze.
People do like the booze.
I never had booze at the ones we had.
Well, we'll have.
It was just
you
a
were
potluck
probably a
at the
child,
church.
weren't you? When's
Well,
the last
no,
time you
but
were
it
at a
was-
funeral?
It was a potluck at the church.
Okay.
They didn't have booze there.
Well, anyway, we'll be at Ron Colley this Friday.
Can't wait.
Can't wait indeed.
We're gonna have a lovely time.
So I'm sure your wife was in a great mood. Her football team actually looked pretty good yesterday.
Actually, didn't see her. She was out of town this weekend, so I have no idea. We didn't even talk about her game yesterday, so no idea, honestly.
But she did ask you a question.
Yeah, she texted me yesterday because again she was out of town, and she asked, compared to a month ago, what is your confidence level at in Nebraska football moving forward under Matt Rule? And was asking this question in terms of on a scale of 1 to 10 and the trajectory of where things are moving going forward. And I thought that was a really good question because, and I think people have probably gathered this by my opinions today, I think that I'm a bit shaken from the performance. But again, and some of this goes back to, I don't want to rehash everything from earlier. It just makes you look at a lot of the performances in a different light. It makes you look at the record in year one in a different light. Because in previous regimes, I was always someone who was very slow to, like, today, it's so easy to say it's never going to work. It's easy to say that today.
Sure
it
is.
really is. And it's easy to say that after a year one where they go 5-7. I'm always someone who's, I want to see it a little bit. I need to see more, though. But when you have a performance like that, and when the coach says what he did, I mean, it definitely makes you wonder, okay, this is interesting. So a scale 1 to 10. And so I said, my answer, before you give yours, I was at a 7 or 8. I think I said 8 a month ago. And I'd say right now I'm probably squarely at a 5, where I feel like I'm sitting on a fence, where I'm hearing the opinions on one side, I'm hearing the opinions on the other side. And I'm like, that is a great point. And another, no, but that person also makes a great point. Whereas it was kind of like, yep, no doubt about it. I've long said I don't think they're ever winning a national championship again. But I think they can compete, and I think that they could win, and I think that the way he wants to attack college football can work. And now I just don't totally know anymore. Don't totally know.
Yeah, and I want to. I hope throughout the course of this week that the folks who are more optimistic don't feel shy in sharing that opinion, because I want to hear from folks who still see the light at the end of the tunnel, because it is easy for all of us to get caught up in our feels after games like that. And it's easy to see all of the faults after you get drum rolled 56-7. And so I've been trying really hard not to overreact to one game.
Yeah.
But I am with you in terms of where my confidence is. I'm squarely at 5 because I'm on the fence. And mainly it's because I need to see how this organization's going to react.
Yeah.
This is so far, I'm not saying rock bottom, but so far it is the low point.
That has the lowest point, yeah.
Of this 19-game run. This is the low point. Michigan last year was very understandable. This one is not very understandable, given where they had been prior and given what was expected on Saturday. So I am right in the middle. I want to see how this organization responds in their decision-making, in their preparation, in their effort, in all of it. And I think how this game looks, and honestly, that's what I'm probably going to be watching for more than anything else, is how this team looks, how much fight is in this team, how much effort is in this team. Because there were times on Saturday where I thought, man, they're way off. Mm-hmm. Jamari Butler said as much. We were hanging heads after big plays. Guess what's going to happen? Quinshon Judkins is probably going to hit a big play. Jeremiah Smith is probably going to hit a big play. Ohio State's going to hit some big plays. They're probably going to score a lot of points. But how is this team going to respond? And while I don't think anything's going to happen on Saturday that's going to move me off of that 5, I'm not ruling out the possibility. I'm certainly not going to be that crazy. But how they respond this week and next, and really for the rest of this season, this is the kind of loss that can linger the rest of the season. 70-10 in 2004 lingered the rest of the season.
Yeah, they got wins, but it was really tough to get those wins. Now, that's the one positive, right, is that they're at 5 already.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of if the end all be all is just get to 6. I don't care what else happens, just get to 6. The biggest thing in their favor is that they're already at 5.
Right.
But I would say the schedule is tougher than what they had to deal with the remaining schedule in 04. You know, there is no Kansas.
No.
Coming up on the schedule.
There's no Missouri.
There is no Missouri coming up on the schedule the rest of this year. You know, and look, a week ago I would have said, yeah, but UCLA. And well, I think they'll beat UCLA. UCLA just put more points on Rutgers than Nebraska did. And the score is not indicative of how they dominated that game. They won by 3. They were in control of that game throughout.
Right.
We know about USC. They're going to have great athletes and a good play caller at the very least, even though the program is also in tough moments at this point in time. Wisconsin is playing a lot better football. And Iowa, for all their faults, you know what they're going to do well is special teams. You know, and you know what else they're going to do? They're going to try to pick off that freshman quarterback every chance they get.
Yep.
And they're going to cause havoc to your offensive line.
Havoc.
Like the stat.
Oh, yeah, the stat. Yeah, I guess I didn't. Cool. I guess I prepared it. Well, I might as well share them. The streak is over.
Okay, you do have that. Never mind. I was going to read a tweet.
18 straight games where Nebraska held the opponent to under 6 yards per play. That ended. The 6.5 yards a carry, worse since Georgia Southern. Allowed 9 yards per pass attempt. Nebraska's record since 2011 when allowing 9 yards per pass attempt. So the Big Ten era, they're 2-21.
Wow.
Offense, second lowest yards per play, only beaten by the Rutgers game. So in the last 2 weeks, Nebraska's offense has averaged 3.89 yards per play. In the first 5 games, it was 6.27. It was Nebraska almost averaged double their yards per play in the first 5 games than they have in the last 2.
Mm-hmm.
The run game, only 70 yards rushing, third time in the last 4 that Nebraska's been under 100 yards rushing. And the running back run game generated all of 49 yards on Saturday.
So, yeah, you can't even say it's just sacks.
2.5 yards per carry.
Dude, that is some when I think of inept running game at Nebraska in my lifetime, I always think of like the worst Bill Callahan games because those were the numbers that it looked like. And like when they would play a team with a pulse, their run game looked like that. 20 carries, 49 yards, just garbage where it's essentially a wasted down. And that's why I know people want to be critical about Satterfield for a variety of reasons. I actually don't hate him not running the ball because there's nothing to it. That said, if you want to get out of a game and not lose by 49, I understand why you want to do it because it shoots clock. But just, again, it's a wasted down. You can't do anything with 2.45 yards per carry.
But the passing game, too.
Yeah, that.
The first 5 games, 71% completion percentage, 8.5 yards per attempt. Last 2 games, 57% completion percentage, less than 400 yards, 5.4 yards per attempt. That's anemic.
Mm-hmm. Anemic. Not great. Some responses to the question. Football has responded. The whole sport.
The whole sport of football has responded.
8 out of 10 before the Illinois game. 5.5 out of 10 now. Nugget responds. We're just getting all sorts of interesting people chiming in. People need to relax. He's been here 1.5 seasons. He inherited a poop show and a program that's had losing seasons since 2016. We're fine. Scott says, same. I was hoping we'd go 6-1, but wanted us to go at least 5-2. We're right where I wanted. Let the season play out.
Thank you, Football Nugget. And
I said
Scott.
I wanted to hear from the folks who weren't caught up in their feels. That interesting. Interesting.
Run it back. Same as it was last week. We lose by double digits to anyone other than Ohio State, and it might go down a bit. One person says 8 out of 10 then, 7 out of 10 now. It was funny to go back to the one from Scott about was hoping for 5-2, and that's where they're at. I remember having a conversation at the College World Series with Jack Mitchell and Mitch Sherman. And we were talking about the first 7 games because it was, for whatever reason, dominating discourse that week. And we asked if like 5-2 would be okay. And we all agreed, I think we agreed that it would be fine. 5-2 through 7 games. It's more win through 7 games than they've had in, 8 years. And so while they have that, I can't help but feel fairly down on things right now. It's not that they lost, John. It's how they lost.
Well, how many times have I said it? Not all 9-3 seasons are created equal.
Not all 5-2 starts are created equal.
No, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when you have a stinker like Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, get some content.
We haven't talked about the other news and notes of the weekend.
We have not.
Especially that one really funny one.
Especially that really funny one.
Really funny one. Wow. Somebody here is not a big fan of the Minnesota Lynx.
Nick. Didn't expect that from you.
Content next, 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Scott in the Twitter box. J-Tech Instruction Zone Twitter box.
I like that, Twitter box.
Because I mentioned, those
calling it
folks
that.
who still see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Scott reminds me that it could also be like the Metallica song "No Leaf Clover."
Oh, great song.
It is a great song.
I like the S&M
where
version
the
the best.
light at the end of the tunnel is just a freight train coming your way.
Coming your way.
It's a great song.
It's a great song. The S&M version's the better one.
I like it. That's all I like a lot.
Do you like the S&M album for Metallica, Josh?
I didn't think we talked about our kinks on the air.
Don't shame.
No, they did a whole concert with the.
He's asking about S&M. I don't want to talk about S&M.
Yeah. It's funny, too, because they did 2 shows, and then the tour shirt is the tour shirt, and then just the 2 dates on the back.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I have no takes on this. Who is this?
Metallica.
Oh.
Band.
They actually did a concert with an orchestra.
Oh, okay.
And it sounds great.
It does sound good.
What's the song they have, Enter Sandman?
Yes.
That's a solid song. I've never really gotten into Metallica. I've heard people like them.
People do like Metallica.
There you go.
Maybe
That's
if
my
you
take.
played it at double speed and they only did college fight songs.
Nice.
You know what else people like?
What?
Baseball.
Baseball.
For the 12th time and first time since 1981, the Dodgers and Yankees play in the Fall Classic. How excited are you for the first pair of 50-homer guys to meet in the World Series? How excited are you for all the olds who will remember the days of Jackie Robinson, Mickey Mantle, Reggie Jackson, and Duke Snider?
Oh, yeah. Bring back Costas for this.
Oh, God, please, no.
Oh, interesting. You wouldn't have an opinion on him 2 weeks ago, and now you don't want him involved in the World
No,
Series.
I just don't want to. I mean, if you think Royal fans complaining about him is one thing, imagine Dodger and Yankee fans. Hell, they'll get in fights and probably kill people.
So I know John is not excited. I am excited.
I am too.
But I like it when the big brands play. It's
Of course
fun.
you do. Of course you do.
Yeah, I like it when teams from big markets
Oh,
like
go Apple! You need to make more money.
Los Angeles.
Oh, Taylor Swift!
like
Wouldn't it be
Chicago.
great if she made a whole bunch more money?
Who does John root for again? The Cubs, the Rams, the Celtics, and Lakers.
Neither of those. I don't root for the Lakers.
You did.
When
you were smarter.
A lot of
19,
teams that
that's
were
all that
very
matters.
popular at John's
I don't like the Dodgers and I don't like the Yankees.
Yeah, this is cool.
I don't
I'll watch
like 'em.
I'm excited. I can't wait to chat with Farron tomorrow and ask him, it's going to do big numbers. We all know that. But does that mean anything? Or is it just because it's the big brands?
I do have a genuine question because I see a lot of people complaining about this. But as somebody who loves baseball, I know you love baseball.
Of
Don't
course
you
I
think
do.
it's cool to see Shohei and Judge playing against each other?
Well, the good news is Aaron Judge will actually be in the field to
Okay.
try to catch some of Ohtani's
Hey-o!
fly balls.
There it is.
Ohtani will be sitting in the dugout, probably having some Rice Krispie bars and, maybe a little yogurt between at bats, because he doesn't play the field. I mean, yes, for all the numbers, sure, I get it. Of course I'll watch.
I would be stunned
I
if you
just
didn't.
don't like these teams.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, when the Cowboys in Frisco were in all them damn Super Bowls, I
Goat.
still watched.
Goat.
They were awful games. They were terrible games.
They were
and-
terrible
and the
because they
whole
were so
world
good.
and the whole world hated that they were in the Super Bowl. But
Not the whole
oh,
world.
I'll watch. I'm fascinated. Listen, I'm rooting for a rain out in Game 1 or Game 2 so that they have to play one of those games on Sunday, and I don't have to watch Josh's crappy team play that crappy team from Frisco
Go
on Sunday night.
Cowboys! Go Cowboys.
The Athletics Playoff Odds Simulator has the Big Ten with 4 teams, the SEC with 3 teams, the ACC with 2, and 1 each from the Big 12, G5, and Notre Dame. How realistic does this sound?
Not that realistic
Why not?
because the
What's
Big Ten
unrealistic?
Big Ten is not getting 4 teams in.
But where is the other one going to go to? John, the SEC kind of stinks this year.
Well, does it stink, or are they beating up on each other because there's a lot of good teams?
Did
at
you
the
watch
top?
that Tennessee Bama game? Do you think those quarterbacks played well? I think quarterback play in the SEC is bad. I don't think it's because of defenses. I think the quarterbacks are bad.
I mean, outside of you have Rourke and you have Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Who's playing great quarterback in the Big Ten?
Well, Will Howard is surrounded by an awesome team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Drew Aller is lighting the world on fire. Now, he doesn't necessarily have to.
That's the thing.
The way
as long
Penn
as they
State's
keep,
built.
as long as they
But
keep
this is going to be a
piling up wins.
fascinating year because I guarantee you the argument from some of those SEC teams are going to be, look at, we played a tougher schedule. Penn State, cake schedule this year, all things considered. Indiana, if they're in the conversation, people are going to go like, hey, man, you avoided a lot of teams. So it's really going to be interesting to watch these superpowers turn on each other because, I mean, that's what superpowers
Here's
do.
the thing, though. I've watched these teams, and I do not come away impressed by Tennessee or Alabama. LSU's been playing with fire for weeks. I think they're going to lose to Texas A&M. Texas A&M will then suddenly be right back in the conversation. But I'll disagree with you. I think that this is very realistic. If anything, watch out for the Big 12 to maybe get a couple of schools in there if they can continue to have success. But I at the very least, I think the SEC is only going to get 3. I don't think they're getting 4. It's a bad conference this year.
Speaking of CFB, it's time for our first installment of Tiebreakers that will trigger John. A tweet was making the rounds yesterday that pointed out the loser of Boise State UNLV will not control their own destiny in reaching the Mountain West title game. Colorado State, yes, 4-3 CSU, doesn't play Boise State or UNLV this year and currently hold a 2-0 conference record. How do you like them apples?
John, this could be pretty funny.
I mean, it's going to be funny everywhere. There's a scenario in the Big Ten where you've got a 4-way tie with one loss.
Yeah, thus you get 4 Big Ten playoff teams. I can't wait to see what happens. I'm rooting for chaos and laughter, not chaos and anger, John. View things through the positive lens. Just play yakety sax when we see the final
We
standings.
love chaos. Chaos is
Yes,
fun.
but I like being angry at
interesting,
the
Nick.
idiots who don't know how to craft proper conferences. I love laughing at those people because they're stupid.
Will the Browns be better now that Deshaun Watson is injured?
Yes.
You suck.
Dude, there are all these stats. I saw one today in The Athletic. In the list of 45 quarterbacks, I think this goes back now 2 or 3 years. He is like 43rd. Can't get much worse than 43rd. So I'll say they're better.
It's too late for the Browns. They got a long way to look up to the Ravens and the Steelers and the Bengals.
Oh, yeah.
But good luck with all that.
Out a bunch of money, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Hey, by the way, real quick, I don't mean to interrupt content too much. Deebo Samuel apparently has fluid in his lungs, a.k.a. pneumonia.
Oh.
He is in the hospital, and Kyle Shanahan is not sure how long he'll be out.
Wow.
What the hell is happening to this organization?
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't know how to transition. That's
Sorry, Nick.
Meanwhile, the man who takes over for Watson, Jameis Winston,
there you go,
was none too pleased with the reaction he heard from folks happy that Watson got hurt.
But I am very upset with the reaction to a man that has had the world against him for the past 4 years, and he put his body and life on the line for this city every single day, regardless of your perception, regardless of what you thought should happen with him. He committed every single day that I've been here to be the best that he can be for this team. And I know I come from the deep South, Birmingham, Alabama, Belsham, Alabama. So I know the standard that hungry fans want. But the way I was raised, I will never pull on a man when he's down.
You can always admire someone for standing up for their friends, but
I would have done it.
Well, that is Jameis. Jameis does like Jameis has a future in country preaching.
Yes, he does,
because he's always been that way. Of course, a lot of other folks pointed out the fact that Jameis himself had.
I was thinking the same thing when he started saying the thing about I thought he was going to say I have also caught but then he started talking about coming
certainly
from the deep
what
South.
he was accused of was far lesser degree than what
a little different, yeah.
Deshaun Watson was accused of, but yeah, it's always hard to defend people who,
and yet multiple Browns did.
Yeah,
tough,
they did.
Tough
They
look.
did.
Yeah.
The WNBA season came to an end as the New York Liberty did what Aaron Rodgers will not. Bring a trophy to the Big Apple. But Minnesota coach Cheryl Reeves says the title was stolen from them after a call on one of the players led to the game-tying free throws that sent the game into overtime. I'm sure both of you have takes.
I was watching at the end. Bad call, John. Horrible call.
I did not see it.
Okay, so you don't have a take. So then why did you put this question in here?
Why did Nick put this question in?
I don't know. If you didn't watch, that's odd.
I had two TVs. I had one on a baseball game, one on a football game.
It was a horrible call, man. It was horrible.
Well, it's kind of par for the course for the WNBA, who really leaned into the drama this season.
So you think they told the refs to call a bad call because of drama?
I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's really the case, but just the fact that we can't finish this season without another dose of drama.
There was drama at the end of the season.
I mean, that is one way to promote your sport.
Yep, that's true.
And finally, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, it turns out he was right in that jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams as they lost to the rejuvenated Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh last night. What did we think of this quarterback battle for the ages?
The beginning of the game, John, Russell Wilson had 2 passes in a row that I had seen high school quarterbacks make on a more regular basis, and the fans were booing him coming off the field like he was a quarterback in Cleveland. And then he turned the game around and played awesome. And Aaron Rodgers did not. Though the funniest interception that Aaron Rodgers threw was the one that bounced off. Was it Garrett Wilson that just went off his body, flew up into the air? Whee! Yep. And it was returned for a pick 6. Man, they suck. The Jets are horrible.
Yeah, how's that whole life without Salah working for you?
Screw you, Jets.
And maybe this isn't going to be that popular a sentiment.
Oh.
I felt good for old Russ last night. I felt good for old Danger Russ.
Let's steal.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really feel good for him, but I'm not going to
people have always
did
disliking. They think he's too dorky, he's too over the top. But it was like
he is.
I've always liked the dorky.
And I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, and yet it kept getting better and better and better and better.
Dropping back, launching the ball.
Well,
into
it
the
helps
air.
that you got Pickens made like 3 catches on 1 catch, and Freiermuth made that great catch over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Did he look like old Russ? Not Seahawks Russ, but like.
My only problem was this. Where was this
old.
a couple weeks ago when they could have stuck a fork in the damn Cowboys?
Let's go, baby, Cowboys! Without us,
deranged Cowboy fan syndrome.
They suck.
See, they get a week off, and all of a sudden, all is well.
Dallas is bad. They will not be good this year. But that win was hilarious, and I was very happy. Remember, I cheered without cheering. I had to be quiet. She was asleep. That was great. What a night.
Looked like a
What
prospector.
a night! Now every night is bad when I watch the Dallas Cowboys.
You watch them every night?
Well, I used to watch highlights a lot. I don't watch highlights anymore.
That's because there aren't any.
I did rewatch some of the Steelers highlights, and I was like, this is great. I was so happy. You know what I didn't rewatch? Lions highlights. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a hell of a win by Detroit yesterday, too.
Of course, John liked that game.
Of course.
Oh, you like it when a guy breaks his leg? Jeez. Unreal.
No, I just like the fact that the Lions won. And yesterday's game was a good game. Minnesota and Detroit.
Vikings. Yeah, that was fun.
I would not be down on the Vikings.
No, they're good.
Those
Whole
are 2
division's
teams.
good. Whole division.
We could see, in fact, we could see 3 Lions-Vikings games this
Oh,
year.
put it on the list. Get the eggs.
NFC Championship, Detroit, Minnesota.
Wow, that would be
How
fun.
awesome would that be?
That'd be pretty
Someone
fun.
would finally get to the Super Bowl from those 2. Either that or that's when the meteor hits.
Big meteor.
Big
Get
meteor.
the Josh graphic ready.
All right. What's for dinner's next? 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down,
Hey,
we're
Dan
going to get
Campbell.
up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday had some delicious chicken enchiladas,
Oh!
which tasted even better after a
Choo-choo!
thrilling Rams
Nice.
victory over the mighty, mighty Raiders.
Take that, Ken Walgamot. We're doing, because she's back now, spicy chicken Caesar salad wraps tonight.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited.
Seems like you do that like once a week.
Once every couple, probably. Yeah, it's a nice, easy fallback, after a long drive. So,
Okay. Fair,
Chili.
fair.
I think I want
chili. White chicken chili, John's favorite.
That ain't damn chili. It's soup.
Nice.
What do we have tomorrow?
Husker expert Mike Farron back
boy.
just in the nick of time.
Oh, boy.
He wants to congratulate Nick on his prediction.
Woo!